Ryoga picked up his mug and drank. In a mild hurry to leave Ryo's presence, he drank the contents quickly in one gulp. Then he coughed slightly. Ryo took a small moment to grin. Enjoy the drink? Ryoga coughed repeatedly, a frown on his face. What was _that_? How special? Don't drive home. Northeast? Lost Boys. You mean it had alcohol? You shouldn't drink so fast. Now get thee home, our business is done. Ryoga, realizing that there was nothing else to be achieved by staying there, left quietly and walked into the quickly darkening streets. They thought the ever-increasing buzz that he was feeling in his head, but feared that in the end, he'd lose his focus. This was the last thing he needed. Ryo would pay for this. A little later, Ryo looked through his somewhat out-of-date information on the people in this area. He flipped through them until he came to one in particular. Tatewaki Kutu. Age 18. Fairly skilled with swords-type weaponry. Obsessed with Ucchan Tendu and anonymous big-tailed girl. Large ego. Idiot. HM. A few minutes later. Susuke opened the doors to the Ukyou estate, revealing a person in a suit and holding an umbrella. Damn salesman, he thought to himself. We don't want any. Susuke said, slamming the door. Open the door. Sasuke. Who cares make such noise at this late hour? Ukyou had awoken, and he was very much irritated. I had news of your much beloved big-tailed goddess. Susuke, open the door. The door opened and Ryo quickly strode in, only to run into a bookie aimed at his throat. Gosankuji? Why do you disturb the house of Ukyou at this late hour? ? Said Ukyou. Ryo winced once more, hearing himself labeled Gosankuji. This threw him off. He was hoping to be a total stranger to Ukyou. The plan would work better if he was. But then there's this Gosankuji thing. Master Ukyou. Ryo said, getting to his knees. He didn't like kneeling before anyone, but according to the file, Gosankuji wasn't much at all, so kneeling would probably be in character. I have news to report. The villain Hibiki has taken the big-tailed girl. What? That infidel. Kuno was about to rush off, then paused in a rare moment of thought. He looked at Ryo suspiciously. But why do his ties concern you, Midge? Ryo made a wild guess. He hoped that it was right. Have I not helped you before in the past? Said Ryo hopefully. HM. Indeed you have. Said Ukyou. And knowing that you are _such _ a mighty warrior, I had sought out your assistance in this matter. Are you not the great Tatewaki Ukyou? Indeed I am. You can still catch Hibiki now. He's somewhere near the new tea shop. Very well then. I am off. Ukyou stomped away into the night. How gullible. Ryo smiled. Yes, he would face Hibiki at the onsen, and yes he did promise to take no more hostages or to no longer ambush Ryoga, but he didn't say anything about _other _ people ambushing him. Just then, a sinister laughing began. It wasn't his. This wasn't fitting with his view of the natural order of things. Ho 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 ho. Who do we act here? Aren't you Go-san-kuzi? Ryo turned around. Kodachi stood there in a nightgown, twirling hair ribbon. Ryo blinked. He stared. The nightgown didn't leave much to the imagination, but it certainly helped Ryo imagine some interesting recreational activities. An alarming amount of lust revved up in his mind. He also found himself nearly paralyzed. Was it fear? He wondered ? Lust? Or that odd smell coming from those roses? Ryoga discovered something amazing about himself. When he was drunk, his sense of direction cleared up sharply. There were two reasons he didn't notice this before and will never remember it. When he was in this depressed drunk state during those days after Ucchan and Ranma became an official couple, he wasn't trying to go anywhere in particular, except for away from the Tendu residence. The reason he probably won't keep this possibly vital bit of information in his memory is because being drunk tends to fry some brain cells, and particularly those that contain interesting bits of information. Tonight, he was heading back to Ucchan's. Ryoga stumbled down the street, feeling very pleased with himself. Hey! The world was a cool place, yes? Wow! He felt great. To his great surprise, he didn't feel a thing when Ukyou showed up and hit him multiple times with his stick. Ukyou even broke his book while hitting Ryoga in the head, but still no pain. Ryoga grunted, slugged Ukyou into a brick wall and went on his way. He stumbled through the doorway of Ucchan's and announced his presence. I'm home. The few customers within glanced at this rather drunk figure. Ukyou was thoroughly embarrassed. She quickly grabbed Ryoga's hand and dragged him to the attic. Damn it, Ryoga, you've been drinking again. She looked over the many cuts and bruises he sported. Have note. Just add one drink. Horg. Look, just stay over here and sober up, okay? I gotta manage the restaurant. Okay. Ryoga said, grinning like an idiot. He plopped down to the floor and sat, feeling rather happy with the world in general. He was back at Ucchan's. What was there not to be happy about? END Part 9 == Part X visits, but no revelations == in a darkly lit room, deep in a sub-basement, an elevator opened. Three figures, two of which were in white uniforms, stepped out. They walked over to a corridor blocked by a gate. One man showed his ID badge to a camera nearby and the gate opened. The trio walked down the corridor. Large, very solid steel doors lined the hallway. Behind each door one could hear the mumblings of madness and the screaming of psychopaths. The trio came to the end of the hall. They stood before an especially large iron door, adorned with religious symbols and charms. To the left, a card reader hung. One of the men in uniform slid his card through, and the door opened. They entered the room and the door closed behind them. The room was a fairly large square one, roughly 80 feet in every dimension. The room was brightly lit, revealing a lot of medical equipment, monitors, wires, and cameras. In the center of all this mess was a bed attached to many gears, wheels, and wires. The occupant was wrapped up in hard casts covering his entire body and most of his face. A bronze grill plate covered his mouth. His eyes were left uncovered. Chains were wrapped around the figure, securing him to the table. Key dampeners were also there, throbbing steadily. The managers of this place had apparently known who they were dealing with. They seemed to take every precaution to make sure this man didn't rampage. "Visitors?" the figure hissed. "Yeah," one of the uniformed men said, "and don't try anything funny." The bed whirred as it was raised to a 45-degree angle. "Who won't do?" Kappa's eyes. "It's me, Ranma. Ranma, Sumi's to hear from you." "Oh, this is classic," Ranma said. He took out the camera he had borrowed from Nebiki and took several photographs. "Usually I ingrate." "Listen, Kappa's eyes. I need to know and what? Ikians me elfin. Just have the and I need you to tell me what happened to you. Just and Ranma sighed. It seemed that Appa's eyes literally came through no matter how badly he was banged up. "Answer my questions, and I'll bring you some, okay?" Appa's eyes narrowed. "Ask. Did Ryoma do this to you?" Appa's eyes flared slightly at the mention of that name. "Yes. He didn't just get a lucky hit in while you were stupidly distracted by underwear, did he?" "No." Kappa's eye replied. Then, he stared intensely at Ranma. "You must defeat Ucchan. Defend father off anything to us. Must help and Ranma stood up, turned around, and walked towards the door, accompanied by the two men in white medical outfits. "Wait, where is my PANDISS? Sorry, old man. I lied." Kappa's eye screamed. He flared with key power, and the key dampeners struggled to neutralize this display of power. The chains rattled and shook as he tried to escape from their grip. The trio quickly left the room and entered the elevator. Kappa's eye roared, struggling against his restraints. The yell was heard even in the elevator. Then, having spent the last of his stored-up energy on thought-failed attempt to escape, Kappa's eye passed out. Ranma turned to one of the hospital staff and asked, "How badly injured was he when he got here?" "Oh, he had plenty of injuries. His ribcage was shattered, his backbone was a mess, he had 2 bruises on his head, and he had electrical burns too." "Can I have a copy of the medical report?" "Just ask the front desk." Kodachi twirled her ribbon, laughing a little bit. She adjusted her nightgown. "Well, Mr. Mahashin, I must admit, You give a girl a good workout. Double quotes, she said, grinning wickedly. After all our activity, I feel so satisfied. She leaned against the wall, stretched her arms back and put them behind her head. Ryo mumbled weakly, struggling to get off the floor. You lasted much longer than I thought you could, and certainly longer than anyone else I've ever done this with. Your endurance is amazing. Thank I hard. Ryo mumbled. I must thank you for a most entertaining evening, but now I'm afraid I've just got to leave. Goodbye. She wrapped up Ryo with her ribbon and flung him out the door. Ryo slowly got up and limped down the street, using his umbrella as a walking stick. He was scratched up, bruised, whipped, and generally not feeling well. That Kodachi girl turned out to be quite the violent type. He felt he should have been able to get away from that situation. Whenever scantily clad, rather seductive women came his way, he admitted to himself, he did fall apart. Ukyou got her medical kit and returned to the attic to check on Ryoga. Unfortunately, Ryoga was in that stage of post-drunkenness where he was once again depressed. He was lying on the floor looking miserable. Why shouldn't I tell her, huh? I choose the exact guts is what. He sat there on the floor, looking glum. Ukyou kneeled before Ryoga. How'd you get these cuts and bruises, sugar? Who showed up. Hit me lots and lots and lots of times. Funny, oh, didn't feel a thing. Oh Ryoga, why'd you have to get drunk? You idiot. You. I know, Ryoga's wimp. Spineless. Right. If I had any guts, I'd have gone right up to Ucchan. Yes sir. Come on, Ryoga, stop torturing yourself. She held an alcoholic rube and started cleaning up his cuts, beginning with the cuts on his face. She waited for the customary yelp of pain that happens whenever some illness cuts get treated with alcohol, but to her surprise he didn't flinch. I'd have gone up to her. Ucchan, he said, suddenly sitting upright and grabbing Ukyou by the shoulders. Ryoga, what are you doing? Ucchan, listen up. I love you. Hey! Ukyou yelled. She was taken entirely by surprise when Ryoga zoomed up to her face and gave her a full-blown kiss on the lips. Yes sir, choose like that. That's what I should have done, Ryoga said, as letting her go. Ryoga, you. Hey, you are not Ucchan. Oh well, was still a good kiss, wasn't it? I mean, you don't need much practicing. A multitude of emotions crossed Ukyou's face. First shock, then sadness, followed by anger, and topped off by violent fury. You jackass! She yelled, hammering him with a underhand slap. Then she reared back, took aim, and yelled immediately. Spit and blood went flying as Ukyou connected with a mean right uppercut. Ryoga passed out immediately. Fuming mad, Ukyou stomped back down to the restaurant, leaving Ryoga to sleep the dreamless and bruised sleep. Mid-November, Thursday morning, Ryoga woke up very slowly. Even though his eyes were closed, it seemed really bright. He could hear the breeze blowing outside, the people walking by, the blood flowing through his head. His head his head felt like it was going to explode. Ryoga knew this feeling, although he hadn't had one in a long time. This was a hangover. W-A-A-A-K-U-U-U-U-U-P. The wake-up yell rattled deep into his soul, echoed in his head, and made his headache fundamentally worse. He yelled in surprise and boosted his headache even further. "Rgarg," he grumbled. Then, his eyes bolted open, he covered his mouth, and he ran for the sink. Here, Ukyou said, wiping his face with a towel. He was feeling too old to take offense. Ryoga splashed water on his face, dried himself off, and sat back down on the floor. Then his body decided to give to his brain the current status report. He felt cuts, bruises, a sore jaw, and a massive headache. Also, the world wouldn't stop spinning. Ouch! What happened to me? He closed his eyes. You came home drunk last night, and you beat me up again? He wondered. WHAP*, you mean like this? Ow. Think before you talk, you jackass. Sorry. Oh, and no, I didn't hit you. You did that, or so you said. Oh. Ryoga searched his brain for this information, but it had been trashed as part of a massive alcohol-induced power surge. But if you ever do this again, I'm gonna kill you. Ryoga opened his eyes to look at Ukyou. Oh, she looks mad. Almost as mad as Ucchan used to be at Ranma. Ryoga closed his eyes again. Did I do anything stupid yesterday? You don't remember? Not really. Ukyou thought over what she would say next, tapping her chin, with her face held in a frown. Let's just keep it that way. Come on, we'll be late for school. Moose was feeling good. He had his legal arguments and precedents all laid out. He was ready to finally defeat Cologne in the Amazon Legal Council hearing. The council was due to arrive at any moment. The main thing was, for once, he was on the winning side of things. This was, of course, something very new to him. Shampoo and Cologne waited behind the counter. Moose examined Kodachi and was disappointed to see that she displayed an air of confidence. Did she have a plan? He wondered. The front door opened. "Ah, welcome. How was the trip?" asked Cologne. Moose looked on in shock and horror as the council entered. That old feeling, the feeling of being on the losing side of matters, was all coming back to him, like an old friend that just won't go away when you want him to. Definitely a curse, but oddly enough, somewhat comforting. At least, he thought, he was in familiar territory again. Gosankuji was walking home in a dark mood. He had finally heard of the news about Ucchan, which left him feeling a little lonelier than usual. He didn't have the strength to fight on after that bit of news. Ucchan made her choice, right? Gosankuji wasn't really a fighter. He wasn't much of a lover either. He was a magician, of sorts. Well, not quite. At the very least, it showed that the guiding forces of the universe had a cruel sense of humor sometimes. All of his attempts at magic had come sometimes brutally backfired. Couldn't win by might or by smarts, or even magic. Time to look elsewhere. In fact, he felt like it was time for a lifestyle change. He decided to try those self-help books his mother kept on pushing onto him. It couldn't hurt to try, right? Suddenly he was hit in the back of the head. He turned around to see what was picking on him this time, and his jaw dropped when he saw two girls. One was young, maybe 12 years old, had long brown hair, in that shirt and jeans, and was wielding a twin set of metal combs. The other seemed to be about Ucchan's age, with very short tomboyish black hair, a high long-sleeved shirt, and pinstripe slacks. She was wielding an Ukyou, slinging it up and down. Her earrings resembled yo-yos too. Well, there you are. The older one said. Gosankuji never was good with girls. You're not wearing your suit, the other one observed curiously. Well, Gosankuji stammered. Don't worry. Didn't like it anyways. The younger girl said. Come on, you still owe me lunch. The older one said. You want a date? Gosankuji asked. *WHAP*. I'm your sister, you idiot. You, Ryo's a pervert. The younger one teased. I'm not Ryo. Gosankuji said, feeling it was time to get things straightened out. Who are you two? Come on, Ryo, stop acting weird. The younger one said. Yeah, Ryoga said. We were swinging by to see if you... Well, I'm telling you, why you've got the wrong guy. Oh, well, take this. She yelled, and sent the yo-yo towards Gosankuji. It slammed into his face, knocking him out cold, and whizzed back into Ryoko's hand. She blinked, looking genuinely surprised. How odd. Ryo would never let himself get hit by that, said Ryoko. Take out his wallet. I want to check something. Kyoko took Gosankuji's wallet out and handed it to Ryoko. Hey, he isn't Ryo after all. But he's got some cash. Come on, let's get some lunch, said Ryoko. *****. The school day was a tense one for Ryoga. He felt scared of Ukyou every time she guided him to his next class. Now and then he'd take a glance at her and it seemed like she was upset, unhappy, uneasy about something. When she caught him glancing at her, she gave him the coldest glare in the universe. The school day finished and they went back to Ucchan's, this time with a can. She went there for cooking tips whenever Kasumi was too busy, like Tony. When they got back, Ryoga immediately excused himself and tried to find his way to the area behind the store so that he could practice some of his martial arts. Ukyou and Ucchan headed to the grill to cook. Ukyou's angry glances at Ryoga didn't escape Ucchan's notice. Ukyou, did he do something? Eh? Ukyou seemed distracted. Ryoga, I mean, it's obvious you're mad at him about something. Ukyou got angry. He got drunk again, that's what happened. No. Yup. He stumbled in here like an idiot, bothered the customers and Ukyou's face softened slightly. And what? Ryoga. The idiot kissed me. Ryoga didn't make it to the back lot. He did wander near to where the girls were talking. He also accidentally heard the whole conversation. He slowly turned around and made a quiet and desperate attempt to find the back door. Oh, Ucchan said, this is a bad thing. I think. Maybe. I don't know. Ukyou replied, looking a bit flustered and irritated. Well, that's. She wasn't sure how to handle this topic, so she employed the Tendo school of anything goes conversation secret technique, quickly changed the topic. Anyways, Hapao's eyes been hospitalized. I know, Ranma told me that Ryoga beat him up. Yeah, pretty badly too. Doesn't that old lech get beat up regularly? Well, yes. That's true. Although we never hospitalized him before. Ucchan tapped her chin and thought. Well, then again, he always got a hold of some undergarments right after he got hurt. Yeah, well, that's true. The two girls stood there, Ukyou grilling, Ucchan watching, neither really concentrating on anything. For some reason that both couldn't explain, it was just one of those awkward moments. Ukyou tried to think of something today, anything, and thought to ask how was Ranma. Thought reminded her of one other problem. Ucchan, your Ranchan hasn't been acting strange lately, or maybe hit his head again. No, he seems just fine to me. Ukyou didn't know what to expect from Ucchan once she was told. This would have to be phrased delicately. Well, I guess you should know since you're his Ucchan. It's just that a while back, Ryoga had finally made it to the back lot and was doing some practice S-swings and punches and other various attacks. Then he was taken by surprise by a really loud yell from inside the restaurant. That pervert. Ryoga stumbled. He stood straight up. His eyes widened and he began to sweat. Oh no, that was Ucchan. What did Ukyou tell her? What else did I do last night? I didn't. No way. Now Ucchan thinks I'm some king-bot pervert too. Asterisk left square bracket later. Equals Nakoyadan. May I help you ? Equals, hey, Mithus, it's me, Ryoga. Equals oh. Listen, could you call back? I'm kinda busy right now. The Amazon legal counsel just flew in and we're into the opening arguments. And to make things worse, they're all members of her family. It isn't single quote fair exclamation point equals just a quick question. You busy at the end of the month? Equals yes. We should be at our closing arguments by then. Sorry. Equals oh. Never mind. Good luck. Asterisk click asterisk. Ryoga was hoping that Moose could guide him back to the appointed location for the fight, but it looked like that was a no-go. He also realized a big flaw in that plan. Moose didn't know where the bridge was either. It looked like he'd have to ask Ukyou. Asterisk 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 goes Ukyou was having just the strangest day. He silently declared Fog would never ever understand women. Then he adjusted the ice pack on High's forehead. He was walking home and was turning the corner when he bumped into those thugs that usually beat him up and take his lunch money. Goes Ukyou froze in place. The thugs froze in place. Everyone started to sweat. Goes Ukyou very slowly took a step back. With a blood-curdling scream, both parties ran away from each other. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ucchan was walking home from Ucchan's, done with another day of lessons. The curry had finally progressed into something with no flavor at all, and the Caesar salad was looking a little less like mulch. Progress, in general, was good. She was idly thinking of her achievements when her attention was turned to sounds of combat nearby. She went over to the source of the noise, which was an empty lot with a few trees and an enraged moose. Akane stayed hidden and decided to see what Moose was doing. Damn old ghouls! Moose yelled to the sky. He whipped out a chicken and instead of using it to hatch exploding eggs, he flung the surprised fowl at a tree. It exploded, leaving behind a cloud of ethers. Everyone's getting in my way. It's always something. Always. Ucchan felt sorry for Moose. He was, in her opinion, not really a bad guy. Sure, he'd kidnapped her once and threatened to turn her into a duke, but once he settled down in Miramar and she got to know him better, Ucchan realized that he wasn't such a bad guy. Just a lovesick, desperate martial artist. He was. Put into that context, he was a perfect fit for Narima. She was about to go comfort him when he began ranting again. My main rival to her heart turns his back and she still won't accept me. I've beaten her in combat, and yet it isn't enough. He pulled a koala trainer duck from his sleeve and angrily threw it at a wall nearby, where it shattered. The members of the legal council are all Kodachi sisters. Damn that old ghoul. He whipped out blades and made a pincushion of a nearby boulder. She was really worried now. Moose was starting to sound deranged. Maybe I can convince Mahashin to kill Cologne, mused Moose. He did so well against Taco's eyes, after all. Ucchan frowned. That was desperate. And if she still won't accept me after that. After all that I've done. Well, I'll use the passion spice. Yes, Moose was sounding really desperate now. After all, it worked so well when I used it on Ranma and Akane, and they didn't even notice. They're even getting married. Why shouldn't it work as well on Shampoo? Ukyou sat on the ground and closed his eyes, practicing a breathing technique for relaxing. No sense in ranting like a lunatic. That was too much of a Kuno type approach. Meanwhile, a few feet away, Ucchan slowly calmed silently, and sadly walked away. Thursday night Ryoga felt he needed to know more about his adversary, so he asked Ukyou to bring him to the one person in town that seemed to know a little about everything. After all, this sort of thing always worked for Ranma Akane, right? Hello, son-in-law. What brings you here? I am not your son-in-law. Whatever. You'll owe me for this sometime, boys. You sound like Nabiki. Cologne frowned. No need to be insulting. Sorry. Tell me, have you ever heard of the unorthodox weaponry school of martial arts? Cologne inhaled from her pipe, blew, and began to speak. Ah, yes, the unorthodox weaponry school of martial arts. It is a very old school indeed, centuries old. At one point, long ago, its basic operations was in this town for several years, and its influence can be seen in many of this city's martial artists today. I think you've seen the people I'm referring to. Ryoga and Ukyou nodded in comprehension. That would explain all the bizarre styles of martial arts that had been appearing, such as martial arts takeout delivery, martial arts tea ceremony, rhythmic gymnastics martial arts, and the bizarre signboard martial arts that the dojo destroyer used. Ukyou wondered if her own family was influenced by this school. Originally, Cologne continued, the school served to train guardians of royalty and important members of government. You see, sometimes Kama assassins resorted to attacking their targets at the most awkward or inconvenient places or times, such as tea ceremonies, or catching them in the middle of a raging storm, or even attacking them as they play with their children. Thus, a group of men trained so that they could fight no matter what circumstances they found themselves caught in. Thus began the school. As time passed, the various sub-schools branched off and soon severed their connections to the main branch. Those that remained were considered too ridiculous by many, and so the school was slowly forgotten. Apparently it still exists today. That school and the Amazon tribe had, in the past, some points of dispute. They had claimed to be the inventors of the Zyphashan Jada technique. She noticed Ryoga's blank stare. The technique that I believe Shampoo once used on Ucchan to make her forget Ranma. Ryoga Thanolios and Cologne continued, when it is so obvious that we had created it. They lie and take credit for many of our techniques. So, there was a fight to settle this? Asked Ukyou. Yes, but everyone involved forgot the results, mused Cologne. I wonder why. Anyways, the current situation is of mutual non-recognition. Non-recognition? Asked Ryoga. We ignore them, they ignore us. Although if one of their number should ever wander into the Amazon village, they would be most unwelcome. Oh, I see, said Ryoga. Anything else, sonny boys? Asked Cologne. I need to know about some attacks that I've seen used. Do you know anything about an attack called the Ryoga? Ryoga asked. Well, Cologne looked deep in thought. No. Never heard of it. No. Sorry, sonny boy. ER. What about the Ukyou? Ryoga asked. Can't say that I have. Ryoga was stunned. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. After all, with our anime, she always had answers. Is there anything else you could tell me that could help me beat him? Well, tell me, how did he execute these moves? What? Did he do a motion with his hands? Did he yell out the name? Well, he did them with his umbrella. Did you see him execute any moves without the umbrella? Asked Kodachi. Well, but the solution is obvious. I strongly believe that our enemy is quite useless without his umbrella. After all, the unorthodox weaponry school concentrates on _armed_ combat, does it not? Disarm him, and your enemies shall probably be greatly hindered. By the way, Ryoga said, he knocked Ucchan out by poking her around thigh spot. He pointed to the spot. At? Cologne asked. A temporary stun pressure point. If your fighting spirits are up, then this point will be useless against you. It works only as a surprise tactic during non-combat situations. Really? Asked Ryoga. Moose walked by, carrying some supplies. Cologne poked him at the spot and he promptly collapsed on the floor. There. You see? She said. The others blinked in surprise. That was kinda mean, wasn't it? Asked Ukyou. Oh no, he's used to this sort of thing. Hey, slacker. Wake up! ! Cologne prodded the unconscious Moose with her stick. He stirred, got up, scowled, then stomped to the back room muttering something about dried-up old monkeys. END Part 10 Extra. The title is a Tipodia to David Beatty's Sons, Visits and Revelations, Parts I Clash of the Umbrella Kings, There are moments in time, vital moments, turning points, if you will doubt some call it branches in destiny. Others view it as a pair of trousers and team start at one point, but with two pathways to. Well, you get the idea, right? Today was one of these days. For example, let's call this, the right trouser leg of time. November's end. Ukyou? Where are you? Said Ryoga, as he was wandering hopelessly lost in the main room of the restaurant. I'm in the back room. Ukyou yelled. Ryoga turned to the direction from which her voice came. He checked his compass. Okay, if I keep on walking in this general direction. 4 minutes later, a rather good time by Hibiki standards, Ryoga may be right there. Ukyou was in the storage room, standing on a small stepladder arranging the contents on a high shelf. Hey there, he sheepishly said. What? She replied, flatly. Well, first of all, I'm really sorry if I did anything to make you mad last night. I mean it. If you wanna throw me out, I'd understand. Ukyou looked surprised at this. throw you out?" she said, turning towards him. "No, that's all right. It's not like you wrecked the store or anything." "So exactly what did I do anyways?" asked Ryoga. "Forget it." Ukyou turned back to the high shelf, humming to herself. Unfortunately, she turned rather quickly and the stepladder was a rather old and shaky one. Ukyou wobbled a bit and then fell off. She closed her eyes when she realized she was going to hit the floor. But she didn't. Ukyou opened her eyes and looked right into Ryoga's. He managed to catch her neatly into his arms. "Hey, you okay?" he asked. "Why yeah." Ryoga breathed a sigh of relief that his friend wasn't injured. Ukyou's heart slowed down after the initial panic of falling. They stayed that way for a few long seconds. "Ryoga. HM? You can put me down now." "Huh? Down? Ryoga, down." "Oh. Sorry. Ryoga let go quickly, deep in a state of embarrassment. They stood there for a while, soaking in uncomfortable silence, which was beginning to happen much too often for Ryoga's liking. Finally, someone broke the silence. "So what do you want?" asked Ukyou. "Do you remember that bridge where Ryo first attacked me?" he asked. "Millimeters HM. What about it? Could you guide me to it? I've got to be there in an hour." "Oh? What for?" "Me and Ryo talked, I guess. He agreed not to attack any of my friends anymore. If I showed up today for a duel." Ukyou sighed. "Wouldn't be a normal month without at least one big martial arts duel." "Fine. Come on, let's go." Asterisk. They walked slowly to the bridge, each silent and thinking. She was worried about Ryoga, although she'd never admit it. This Ryoga, he couldn't be that good, could he? And Ryoga was pretty good too, almost as good as Ranshin. Things, she told herself, would be fine. Ryoga's head was swirling. What did he do to Ukyou when he was drunk? Did Ucchan think he was some kind of pervert now? Exactly how good was Ryo at martial arts? Why on earth did Ranma kiss him? Was Ranma's curse beginning to bend his personality and turn him into a girl, both in mind and body? Would this happen to Ryoga too? This was no good. Too many distractions before the fight, that's what was wrong. They noticed a fair-sized crowd up ahead. "Hey, what's with the crowd?" Ryoga asked. "Dunno. Everybody place your bets. It's the battle of the decade. CLASHOF the Umbrella Kings. RYOUGA the Rock HIDIKI versus RYOMUHOSHIN. The MANWHO crushed the mega pervert. Come on up and place your bets." Ryoga and Ukyou blinked. That was definitely Nebiki on the megaphone. "Ryoga, the Rock?" Ryoga wondered, not sure whether he should be feeling offended or complimented. The crowd saw him and cheered. What kind of a name is Ryoga the Rock? This was just great. More distractions. Ukyou was shaking her head sadly. "I don't believe she did this. Shoulda known." "Oh. Shoulda known." Just before they entered the crowd, Ukyou grabbed Ryoga's shoulder. I'm gonna go get a good view. Oh, he said. Ryoga turned away, feeling not quite ready for a fight. Ryoga! Ukyou yelled. Ryoga stopped and turned around. Ukyou gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Hey, good luck out there, okay? Don't get hurt. I'll bet on ya, okay? Ryoga was speechless as he strode towards the battlefield. Some distance away, Akane had noticed Ryoga and Ukyou's approach. She watched as they walked up, talked, and smiled a bit when Ukyou kissed him. Well, there's one happy couple, she thought. Then she sadly looked at her fiancé. What's happening with us? She thought. Is the curse starting to warp your mind? And, do you really care about me? Alright. Just the spice. Ranma noticed something was wrong. He looked at Akane and noticed that she was looking sad. He put his arm around her. Hey, don't worry. I'm sure Ryoga's gonna come out of this alright. I've hit him hard plenty of times and he still comes back for more. Despite his words, Ranma was worried. His other arm was still sore from the hit he took from Ryo's umbrella. Ryo strode confidently to the appointed place of battle. He would have worn his usual suit, but he was starting to run out of suits and he had a feeling that this fight might get ugly. For today's festivities, he decided to go with the classic white t-shirt, black pants, and all-terrain shoes look. He used to not worry about fashion so much, but constant naggings from his more fashionable siblings had ruined his carefree days. Once again, he was dressed a lot like Ukyou. He was a little stunned to find out that his much-anticipated duel with Hibiki had become a public attraction. What is this? He yelled, pushing through the crowd and stepping into the bridge. He was expecting a confrontation of two warriors, and perhaps a loved one or two cheering on, to add to the drama. The carnival atmosphere was repulsive to him, especially as a backdrop to a duel. The crowd seemed confused. There were murmurs in the crowd. This is the guy. I thought he always wore a suit. What's with the umbrella? Were some murmurs he heard, but the one that was heard the most, and the one that bugged him the most was, hey, isn't that Ukyou? I am not Gousunkougi. He yelled. Somewhere out there, Ukyou sneezed. Across the bridge, he saw that his opponent had arrived as well. Ryo examined the battlefield beforehand, as any good tactician would do. It was concrete, 4 lanes wide, fairly long, and not used much anymore since a new overpass nearby was infinitely more convenient for traffic. No traffic should come through at all during the fight. The bridge was so unused that the city hadn't bothered repairing the damage inflicted from the last battle he had with Ryoga. He reached into his memories, recalling all the annoyances that Hibiki had caused in his life, and he felt the adrenaline surge soar, giving him strength. Today, Ryoga would not win, he was sure of it. Up in a tree nearby, Kyoko and Ryoko sat in a tree, observing the crowd. Well, there they are, sighed Ryoko. Ryoga hasn't changed much. Kyoko nodded. And there's Ryo too. Yeah. There he is. A third person, obviously young, sat lazily on a branch above them unsnickered. He adjusted his round frame glasses and brushed his hair away from his eyes. What's so funny, Megan? Asked Ryoko irritably. I can see it in Ryo's eyes. He's going to lose again. HM? Wondered Kyoko. He doesn't look scared to me. Megs, observed Ryoko. Overconfidence gets him every time. You'll see. HM. Care to make a bet? Queried Megs. HM. I think they'll come out even. That's long odds, sis. I've just got this feeling. What's the prize? Dinner tonight. Loser pays. Deal. Asterisk. Good day. Hibiki. Mohashin. Ryoga shifted into a ready stance. Ryo, however, was still looking around the area as if it was an art museum full of tacky paintings. Just a moment, said Ryo. Huh? I'd just like to make one modification to the playing field, if I may. He grinned and tilted his head. No tricks, Mohashin. No tricks. I just don't want any interference. And I don't want you wandering off in the middle of battle. Don't think I haven't forgotten about your pathetic sense of direction. What did you have in mind? Ryo walked over to where the concrete bridge connected to the land. He blocked the pavement with his umbrella and returned to the middle. The concrete exploded a second later, leaving a big gap between the bridge and the land. Well? He looked at Ryoga expectantly. Ryoga went to his side and did the same. Asterisk. What on earth are they doing? Ucchan asked. I think, Ranma said, that they're making sure nobody butts in and nobody runs away. They both know the Bakusai Tenketsu. In the distance, thunder roared through the skies. Asterisk. They stood at the center of the bridge, Ryoga in an alert stance and serious demeanor, and Ryo holding his umbrella like a fencer's sword unsmelling with eyes narrowed. Is it not a good day to die, Hibiki? You won't beat me. By hook or by crook, I will. Fight. The fighting opened up with a barrage of umbrella swipes by both combatants, as Ryoga swung his umbrella left and right. Ryo dodged easily. He didn't dare try to block since he knew how heavy that thing really was and he was afraid that his own umbrella would break under a direct hit. Ryoga targeted Ryo's cut with a straight thrust but Ryo dodged left and swung across at Ryoga's face. Ryoga tried to dodge. Butre sheathed a cut on the jaw. Ryoga took a few steps back and felt the cut, while Ryo stood back twirling his umbrella. Ryo's eyes shone of malevolence, and for a moment he flashed a hyena's grin. Asterisk. Ranma said, this could be a good or bad thing. Good or bad? Ucchan asked. Well, when he gets mad, he fights harder, which is good. But sometimes he also fights like a stupid idiot, which is bad. Asterisk. Ryoga was mad. In front of everybody watching, He'd received that first blow. Failed to draw first blood. Ryo stood there, still alert, but with a smug look to his face. That's it. Take this. Ryoga yelled, snapping open his umbrella. He spun it in his hands and then swung forward. Ryo dodged the first swing, which hit the pavement and sent sparks flying. Yow! Ryo muttered. He'd never seen the umbrella buzz of Tritona properly before, until now. Ryoga swung madly at Ryo, sending sparks flying everywhere. Finally, Ryo tripped a bit and Ryoga caught him in the back, slicing through skin quickly. Ryo screamed and twisted away before he got cut any deeper. It wasn't a fatal cut, he knew, but he was bleeding, and it did hurt enough to be a distraction. Ryoga reared back with the umbrella and threw it at Ryo, who ducked on swung the handle end of his umbrella at Ryoga's feet, where it fleshed and hooked Ryoga's foot. Ryo grinned and yanked hard, pulling Ryoga's foot out from under him. Ryoga fell down hard, hitting his head on the pavement. The umbrella retracted to its normal length quickly and Ryo swung down hard yelling, "Ukyou!" The umbrella hook glowed brightly and exploded with light as it slammed into Ryoga's chest. Ryoga gritted his teeth and gave a small yell of pain. The hit had knocked the breath out of him, and he wasn't sure if any ribs were broken or not. Ryo swung back and hammered Ryoga repeatedly while yelling "Haiku-Ukyou," striking down with his charged umbrella at amazing speeds. Ryoga managed to turn left and right to dodge some blows, which made deep gashes in the pavement, and had to use his arms to block others, which left his arms feeling incredibly sore. Ryoga's umbrella zoomed back from its flight, flying straight towards the back of Ryo's head. Ryo suddenly felt an incredibly hard blow slam into the back of his head and stumbled forward with a ringing in his skull. Ryoga kicked his legs out from under him and Ryo fell face first into the pavement. Well, there he goes, said Megs. Why'd you think it would be a tiny voice? They're both pretty good, right? Wondered Megan. Let's see. I hear there's a pretty good okonomiyaki joint nearby, you ought to be able to afford that. Northeast? Hey, Ryo's getting up, said Kyoko. Yayani Ucchan. Both combatants wobbled uneasily to opposite corners, getting a bit of a breather. Ryoga was feeling bruises all over. Ryo's head was spinning and his back wasn't feeling any better either. Ryoga pulled off some bandanas and threw them at Ryo, who just evaded them by opening his umbrella and hiding under it. Ryoga then pulled out a street lamp from the bridge and threw it at Ryo, who smashed it in half with a gekiao. Ryoga snapped his umbrella open and sent it flying towards Ryo, who opened his own and flung it towards Ryoga. Ryoga's umbrella zoomed in hard and fast, in a slightly curving trajectory, gracefully cutting through the air. Ryo dodged out of its way, and ducked as it zoomed by again to return to its owner. Ryo's umbrella wobbled through the air in a drunk sort of way. Certainly not gracefully. However, this made it hard to tell where it was going, and Ryoga stutter-stepped left and right trying to determine what way would be the safe way. He finally decided to just duck, which worked fine. The umbrella wobbled to the astonishment of everyone back to its owner. Ryoga stood up and caught his umbrella. Ryo stepped left and right, uncertain of where his would go, and made a lunging grab for it. Both combatants took a brief rest from combat, circling each other warily. Ryoga felt that he had recovered enough and charged madly at Ryo, who didn't feel all that recovered at all. Ryo was soon face to face with Ryoga, who lunged forward and tried to grab him. Ryo jumped up using that specially reserved martial artist high jump thing behind Ryoga, twisted around in the air, and shot off the Ryoga Ken. Ryoga saw an incoming bolt of energy and jumped over it and in pursuit of Ryo. Ryo landed and shot off another Ryoga Ken at the still airborne Ryoga, who caught it in the gut, tumbled on his landing, but managed to roll to his feet. Enough, Ryoga muttered, as he gathered ki. Ryo saw this and tried to counter as he shot off another Ryoga Ken, but was flattened as Ryoga's Shishi Ukyou and demolished it and slammed Ryo off his feet and into a street lamp. That hurt, Ryo muttered. Die. He jumped high into the air again, almost above the very center of the bridge. Then he yelled "Goyugeki-Ken," as a storm of dozens of energy bolts rained down into the bridge. The bolts hit everywhere, making craters and holes in the bridge, throwing debris everywhere. Ryoga was caught in the blast, getting hit directly by one, sent flying through the air by the explosion off another that hit right next to him, hammered again by several more while flying through the air. Wow. Always impresses me when he does that. Megan said. Cool. Bubbled Kyoko. Well, sighed Ryoko, guess it won't be a tie. Ryo drains himself too much when he does that. And if Ryoga's endurance holds true to form. Ryoga. Ukyou yelled. She stared helplessly as Ryoga was bounced back and forth in the explosions. Ranma gritted his teeth. This wasn't going well. If it got real ugly, he was ready to jump in and interrupt. After all, Ryoga was anything vaguely like a friend, and there were no other candidates for best man at the wedding, unless Ukyou wanted to cross-dress again. Ryo zoomed down from his flight, umbrella charged and ready for a ethanol blow. To his surprise, he saw Ryoga slowly and unsteadily getting ducked to his feet. He descended towards Ryoga, umbrella raised high and held like an axe. Ryo screamed, "Die!" and swung down hard, only to leave the umbrella caught with one of Ryoga's hands and Ryo's foot caught by Ryoga's other hand. Ryoga pulled the umbrella out of Ryo's hand and then slammed him back and forth by the foot like a rag doll. Ryo fled desperately for something to grab, screaming "ACK-OF-UGH" and "OW" with each impact on the hard concrete. Finally, he grabbed a chunk off it, and as he sailed right over Ryoga's head, threw it down hard, causing Ryoga to lose his grip. Ryo landed right behind Ryoga, and grabbed him around the waist. Quickly, Ryo pulled back and hammered Ryoga with a backbreaker, and then flipped while still holding Ryoga and gave him another backbreaker. Ryo let go and stumbled unsteadily away to regain his senses. To Ryo's shore, Ryoga slowly got up again as well. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, geez, neither of these guys is falling, said an impressed Ranma. Well, said Ucchan, they both know the breaking point technique. I guess they both have super endurance. But Ryo looks like Gosankuji. When somebody's built like that, you don't really think they're, well, super tough. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, damn, Ryoga muttered. Well, that settles it. What's wrong? Asked Kyoko. She's kinda loose, that's what, Megane said. Ryoga has always had a superior endurance. I'm surprised Ryo is still standing, but you can't tell by looking at them that Ryo's losing steam. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, Ryo went for his umbrella as fast as he could, but Ryoga suddenly caught up with him and, using one of his bandanas, snared Ryo's left wrist. Let's see how you do without the umbrella, Ryoga sneered. Ryo zoomed in and hammered Ryoga's head with an elbow, followed by a knee to the gut, all with lightning speed. It was at moments like this that Ryo was extremely grateful that he studied a little Muay Thai kickboxing. Ryoga reeled back a bit, but didn't let go of the bandana that tied up Ryo's left wrist. He looked right into Ryo's eyes, smiling. Those hits, he said, felt like a baby's kick. Ryoga gave Ryo a vice off his head but thought flung his skull back. Ryo wobbled a bit and then surprised everyone by headbutting Ryoga right back. Headbutt me, will you? Ryo sneered. Both of them reared back with their skulls and hammered each other again and again and... Asterisk asterisk asterisk, Ryoga's gonna win, Ranma said, smiling. That idiot's head can smash through buildings. This'll be over in a snap. Asterisk 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 wham asterisk, give up yet? Ryo sneered, looking at the 7 Ryogas in front of him. Asterisk wham asterisk, you'll be the one giving up, Ryoga confidently said to the two Ryos that were looking angrily at him. Asterisk wham asterisk, oh no, for once, it's gonna be me beating you, Hibiki. Asterisk wham asterisk, not on your best day. Asterisk wham asterisk, that's my line. Asterisk wham asterisk, wimp. Asterisk wham asterisk, idiot. Asterisk wham asterisk, pansy. Asterisk wham asterisk, directionally impaired dental disaster. Asterisk wham asterisk, oh, make fun of my teeth, will you? Asterisk wham asterisk 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 asterisk, what does he think he's doing? Ryoko said. Apparently, they've suffered some brain damage and now both of them think that they are goats. That would explain the double headbutt action going on right now, said Megane. Not only that, but do you really think that Ryo's head is harder than Ryoga's? I think somebody's gonna fall. And soon. Asterisk 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 wham asterisk after quickly observing the 14 Ryogas in front of him. Ryo decided that enough was enough, and as he reared his head back, he slugged Ryoga in the nose with a quick punch. Ryoga's head reeled back while lashing out with a spinning roundhouse kick at the same time, which sent Ryo reeling back. Ryoga held his nose, in obvious pain. Amazingly calm, nothing was broken. "That does it," Ryoga muttered. "You're dead." He charged at fumbling Ryo and started throwing punch after punch at him. Asterisk 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 Ukyou, Akane and Ranma were watching the fight intensely when Ukyou suddenly noticed something. She looked up, frowned, and ran over to Ranma Akane. "Ranma, we've got to stop the fight," Ukyou said with a grim demeanor. "What? You don't interrupt a man-to-man fight?" Ranma wondered what Ukyou was so anxious about. Besides, he's obviously winning. Ukyou merely sighed and rolled her eyes up, then looked at Ranma, then looked up again, as if wanting at something while trying to be subtle. Finally, he figured it out. Ranma looked up. Then he frowned. "Oh." Asterisk 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 the battlefield looked like a war zone. Holes, craters, and rubble and the bridge everywhere. If the battle continued any longer, everyone suspected that the bridge would collapse. Ryo staggered back as Ryoga landed punch after unbelievably hard punch on him. Ryo tried to get focused, and his vision showed 20 Ryogas, and all were looking very pissed off. Through the haze of pain, Ryo realized he'd have to go for his desperation tactic, which might not work and would definitely cause Ryo much pain if it did work. Meanwhile, Ryoga was fighting on, fueled by his anger, landing elbows, uppercuts, roundhouses, and all sorts of blows on Ryo. "He's still standing," thought Ryoga, surprised at the level of endurance that his adversary was showing. Finally, with a solid punch to the gut, Ryo fell to his knees. Ryoga, fully into his berserker rage, grabbed him by the neck and held his fist high and ready to smash Ryo's skull in. The crowd was stunned. From everyone's viewpoint, it looked like Ryoga was going for the killing blow. Akane and Ukyou were surprised as well. They never thought of Ryoga as a killer. Ryo looked at the 23 fists raised up and aimed at his head. He didn't want to die yet. Time for _very desperate measures. Ryo suddenly reared back with his left hand. He gritted his teeth in anticipation of how bad this would hurt, and focused all his ki into his hand. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, I don't believe he's gonna do this, Ryoko said. "Do what?" Kyoko asked. "His Ukyou," Megane said. "No umbrella?" wondered Kyoko. "The idiot. His arms explode into a big bloody mess," Megane added. "You," Kyoko said. She covered her eyes. "Stupid, stupid, stupid," mumbled Ryoko. Asterisk 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 Ryo swung forward, yelling, "Gekiou." He tried to hit a vital spot on Ryoga like his skull or his chest, but was too weak to properly lunge forward and ended up connecting with Ryoga's leg. Bright light exploded on the boom could be heard on impact as the two were flung apart. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, ouch, add to the hurt, said Megan. The idiot did it, Ryoko sighed. Amazing, his arm is still attached. Kyoko, you can uncover your eyes now. There's no gross stuff. You sure? Said Kyoko in a tiny voice. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, we've got to interrupt, Ranma said sternly, looking up at the run clouds. Definitely, said Ukyou, as both walked towards the edge of the bridge and prepared to jump over. What are you two talking about? Ucchan said, struggling to keep pulp. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, Ryoga was gritting his teeth and holding his leg. Damn. The shoots. He was angry at himself for letting himself open stupidly like thought. He was afraid that his leg was shattered. Ryo was on the floor growling in pain. Itai. Itai itai itai. Kusuo. He looked to Ryoga. The 22 others that he had seen previously had seemed to have left, who looked like he was in great pain and was holding his leg. He looked at his own left hand. It was bruised beyond belief. The pain was unbelievable, worse than he imagined it would be. The damage went down the entire length of his arm and he couldn't move it at all. He wouldn't be using that arm for a long while, if he survived this fight. So, he loses a leg, I lose an arm. Not good enough. Slowly, Ryo got up. His arm was limp at his side. He slowly staggered off to where his umbrella was dropped and picked it up with his right hand. He noticed some movement in the ranks of the observers and saw that two of Ryoga's allies were getting ready to jump over the gap and interrupt the fight. He quickly stabbed the ground with his umbrella, yelling double quote PAKUSAIDNKDSU. The bridge got even smaller as half of the remains of the bridge crashed down into the waters. No interference. Ryo glared defiantly and angrily at Ranma and Ukyou. He gave Ryoga a psychotic gaze as he began to twirl the umbrella and its handle began to glow. This ends now. The skies grew darker by the second. The winds became cold and swift. Ranma and Ukyou were yelling at Ryoga desperately, but he was too focused on the battle to notice anything else. You're right, Ryoga replied. Ryo didn't have the strength left for another Goryeo Ken, not even for a plain Raigeki Ken. He'd just have to bludgeon Ryoga to death. He lunged forward, swinging the umbrella down hard. Ryoga caught it in one hand, pulled it in, and grabbed Ryo by the throat. Surrender, Ryo? Ryoga asked. Last chance. He was feeling good about his chances. It looked like Ryo's left arm was a mess and he looked exhausted already. Ryoga had him in a chokehold, and he knew that Ryo's normal punches would be too weak, considering his current state. Ryo tried to shake Ryoga off, moving left and right, without success. Then Ryo hit Ryoga's leg. It didn't get Ryoga to let go, but Ryoga did flinch violently and succeeded in making them both fall into a mini crater nearby. Ryoga still had Ryo in a death grip and he was feeling weaker bit second. And then it rained. Ryoga, Now Ryoga Big was stunned. Why? Why didn't I notice the rain clouds coming? Why me? Why now? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ucchan wondered what was going on. Ryoga fell into some kind of hole, but from where she was standing she couldn't see Ryoga anymore. She noticed that Ranma Akane and Ukyou were looking very nervous. "Where's Ryoga?" she asked. "I can't see him." "You can't see him?" Ranma asked. "I can't see either of them. I'm too short and this is a lousy view." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ryo was confused. No. The big in front of him looked a bit dazed too. Ryo looked down at the big and noticed that it looked like a mess. In fact, it seemed to have all the injuries that Ryoga had. Either I've just gone mad, or you've turned into a pig. Either way, Hibiki, you die. Ryo picked up the pig and smashed it against the pavement. He let go and raised his foot to stomp on it. A total wave of helplessness overwhelmed Ryoga. Suddenly, and with a grunt, the piglet let out an incredibly massive blast in the form of a huge pillar of light. It was the full Ukyou, the most powerful form of ki blast Ryoga had. It impacted full force into Ryo, who was flung back several feet. Ryo landed on his back, roughly, and almost unconscious. The Ukyou rocketed Ryoga through the pavement, making a small pig-sized hole in the floor. The massive ki wave traveled onward and upward, through the clouds, expanding in size as it flew into the dark skies. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Out in the crowd, Ranma was stunned. That was one of the bigger full Ukyou Ryoga had ever shot. And in big form too. He wondered what would happen to Ryoga if he did it in big form, because the technique was not developed with farm animals in mind. Meanwhile, Ucchan was yelling at Ukyou, who was several people in front of her. "Hey, Ukyou, move your spatula, I can't see." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Mahashin siblings looked on in shock at the massive energy wave that had burst forth from the crater where Ryoga and Ryo had disappeared from. Their jaws were hanging down. Finally, as a group, they murmured, "Holy shit." Then they saw what was falling from the sky. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ryo groggily looked up. "Oh no," he muttered. He crawled, trying to reach the edge of the bridge to escape. He was in no condition to worry about anything else. Ryoga Big was struggling not to fall into the river, as his blast pod shot him almost totally through and under the bridge like a rocket. He was furiously scrambling up, trying to get out of the self-made tunnel he made when he noticed that the sky was getting brighter. And then the full Ukyou, not big enough to cover the entire bridge, dropped back down from the sky. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. From the view of the crowds, it was a massive explosion, sending concrete and metal flying everywhere. The sound of the full Ukyou slamming into the bridge was heard from far away. The assembled spectators scrambled for cover. When the dust cleared, the bridge was nothing but rubble floating in the water. Despite the rain and the wind, Ranma, Akane, and Ukyou searched desperately for Ryoga in the rubble, but nothing was found except the umbrellas of both condoms and a few bandanas. He couldn't be. Ranma said, sifting through the rubble. Akane was stunned into silence. Ukyou looked down the river. They went downstream. If they were knocked off the bridge, they must have fallen into the river. Come on. Shuren, ignoring the wind and the rain, down the riverbank with Ranma and Akane not far behind. December 2nd she stood by the riverbank, where the now demolished bridge add-on she connected with the land. She hammered away at something, not stopping until it was firmly planted into the ground. Ukyou looked at her work and sighed. She began to say, unsure of who she was saying it to or why. A ragged red umbrella was implanted into the ground, the torn cloth swaying with the breeze. She held onto it for a moment, frowning, then walked away. This, the right trouser leg of time, is the one that theologists soft pant leg school of chronal theory generally refer to as the main timeline, or leg. The leg that's at the center of things anyways. For example, if the reader wishes to follow the right leg, they'd stop right here and read part 12. The other leg, however, the left leg of the trousers, is generally used to describe alternate realities, where things aren't as they normally are. Of course, the left pant leg is the one that the scientists aren't in common, so by logic the left trouser exists only in theory. However, this doesn't stop the scientists from wondering exactly how things might be different in the other leg. Yet another branch of time theory insists that if moments of destiny were branched off like trousers, those trousers would have a bloody lot of legs to fill. Anyways, this is how one of those non-right legs went. November's end. The fight didn't start well at all by Ryoga's standards. He was standing there, feeling the cut on his face, and getting mad. Across the way, his adversary had a smirk on his face. He was being made a fool of in front of everybody. That's it. Take this. Ryoga snapped his umbrella open and spun it hard. He charged at Muhashin, swinging fast and furiously, his umbrella hurling like a buzzer and sending sparks everywhere. Muhashin dodged desperately and retreated a few steps, and then saw a chance at an opening. Ryoga swung his makeshift buzz of umbrella towards Muhashin, but this time he didn't retreat. Muhashin rolled forward, past the whirling edge of the umbrella, hooked at Ryoga's leg with his umbrella handle, pulled, sent Ryoga to his feet, and turned the umbrella in his hands, getting ready to stab into Ryoga's shirt. Muhashin grabbed Ryoga by the throat with one hand, and held his umbrella with the other, ready to put an end to Ryoga's existence. Suddenly, there was a bright flash of light that overwhelmed his eyes. Muhashin reflexively winced and shut his eyes as the flash of light passed, and that proved to be his undoing. Ryoga took advantage of Ishi's attack and lunged forward with one hand, grabbing Muhashin's throat. He held the umbrella away with the other. Muhashin was slowly losing air, feeling his neck being crushed by Ryoga's hand. He crushed Ryoga's throat with his own hand, and it became a race to see who would lose consciousness first. Mahashin was losing and he knew it. Ryoga was turning just a little blue, but he was 10 seconds away from unconsciousness. He suspected that the loss of oxygen was causing him to hallucinate, because from the corner of his vision he thought he saw several people, and it sounded like they were bickering. That, of course, was impossible. To Ryo's surprise, Ryoga let go of his throat. Unfortunately for him, Ryoga's single quote's fist pounded into his body, sending a shockwave of pain through his gut. He let go of Ryoga's throat and then tried to drive a finger into his eyes. Ryoga turned his head and Mahashin missed, making a small hole in the concrete instead. He pulled his hand back again and punched it down hard. This time he felt something snap under his fist. Ryoga yelled in pain, grabbed him by the shirt, and threw him away. _hard_. Ryo twisted in the air, trying to land on his feet, or at least, land so that his back wasn't turned towards Ryoga. Instead, his skull collided with something hard, and the effect of Ryoga's solid blow to his gut and the lack of oxygen to his brain caught up with him. Mahashin's single quote's vision was blinded by a flash of azure fire, then he passed out. Ryoga stood up quickly, expecting an attack from where he had tossed Mahashin away. Instead, he saw a blinding flash of light. Once it faded, he looked around. His opponent was gone. Where? He cautiously walked towards where he'd thrown Ryo, but found no trace of his presence. Where did he go? Kyobi continued in converging series part XI Fallout December 3rd. Gosankuji walked along, minding his own business. Life was pretty okay nowadays. He was no longer mugged or harassed, which was great. He started to get over Ucchan, which was good. He was finally getting some sleep, which got rid of some of those dark ridges under his eyes, which helped with his social life a lot. The most drastic change was that he had given up on magic. This pleased his parents very much. He strode by the waterway, taking in the sights, and thought of the mantra for the day one of them. Anyways, he had randomly selected from a book. I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and people like me, he said to himself. He believed none of it. Then he heard a sniffle, and then another one. He followed the sound to a bridge under construction nearby and found a long-haired girl with a titanic spatula sitting by the water's end looking sad. Tears were streaming down her face. Hey, need this? He said, holding out a tissue. This, he said, holding it up again. You've got some tears. Ukyou looked to the person who was talking to her and shrieked. It's him. It's Ryo. He's. See, calm down. I'm not going to hurt you, you know. Just offering a handkerchief. No. Wait. Ryo is dead. This guy. Isn't he? Say, you're Hikarugo Sankuji, aren't you? Yeah. Have we met? No, not really, she said, taking the handkerchief. It's just how he's been told about you by my friends. Their description was kinda hold up, said Gosankuzi. He wasn't sure if that was a compliment or an insult. What did the books say to do in a case like this? Ryoga smiled. Who are you? He asked. Ukyou Kwanji. Gosankuzi was feeling pretty good. All those self-help books on the art of conversation were working great so far. Say, you're a friend of Ranma Akan's, right? I've seen you hang around the Tendu place now and then. Oh, funny, I've never seen you. Well, he said, looking somewhat embarrassed. I used to spy on the Tendu house a lot. Well, I used to have a crush on Ucchan Tendu. Who didn't? Muttered Ukyou bitterly, wiping her eyes. And so I used to hover around there a lot, trying to ask her out. It never worked out right. Yeah, tell me about it, muttered Ukyou. So how did you end up hanging around there? I was Ranma's fiancé. Ukyou muttered. Oh, sorry to bring it up. Don't worry about it. Water under the bridge, as they say. Life goes on. Ukyou said, but didn't look too enthusiastic saying it. Life sucks. She added. So? He asked, still not quite comfortable talking with girls, double quote. What's got you down? Just thinking of a friend that left recently. Guess I kinda feel lost without him. She smiled a bit through her tears and gave a little laugh. Ha! It was usually the other way around. They stayed out there for a while, with her just staring out into the flowers and him standing next to her looking concerned. It's cold out here. I'll buy you a coffee. He held out his hand. She turned, looked at it for a while, then took it and stood up. Asterisk 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 somewhere else in town. 3 youths were speeding across town in a brand new and incredibly expensive sports car. A short-haired girl looking melancholy, a young boy with long, messy bangs of hair, and a little girl that was giggling and safely strapped in the back seat. The car was going at somewhat hazardous speeds, through intersections at ridiculous speeds. The one in glasses nervously addressed the short-haired girl. Say, Ryoga, since when did you learn how to drive? I didn't, Megs. Meanwhile, the kid in the backseat was having a blast. Whee! Faster! Exclamation point! Faster! Faster! Hey, is something bugging you? Asked Megan. You're way too depressed, considering who died. I don't know. Shut up and let drive. Asterisk zoom asterisk WAI. Faster. Faster. Red light red light red light Opshio. Close one. Relax, will you? I know what I'm doing. Say. We did rent this on Rio's card, right? Of course. Just making sure. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Days later, Ranma and Akane walked along the river carrying bags filled with Christmas shopping items they had just bought from the stores. They enjoyed the sights and sounds of the Christmas holiday. The night lights were sparkling, the crowds were all happy, and the stars were somewhat visible, making this night almost perfect for the two. Ranma Akane asked, holding onto his arm. You're really sure? Ranma sighed. Hey, I told you already. Yes, we are going to get married. Yes, I want to do this, and yes, he stopped, and kissed her. We want to marry _you _. Ranma wondered what was bothering Ucchan so much. Ever since a couple of weeks ago she was becoming nervous about their relationship and was repeatedly asking if he really loved her. Hey, he said, _you aren't having any second thoughts, are you? No, of course not, don't be silly. She sighed and they resumed their walk. I guess I'm still having a hard time believing we she blushed. What was on Ucchan's mind, still, was Moose's words. She was still too nervous to confront Moose about it directly, but couldn't forget fine locations of what she had overheard. But it did feel right, and she had to admit happy with him. On a whim, she gave him a peck on the cheek. What was that for? He asked. Oh, nothing. As they passed a bridge that was under repairs they both stopped and looked solemnly at the ragged red umbrella planted upright into the ground in honor of their fallen comrade. Believe it or not, Ranma said, I actually miss the guy. Yeah, me too. Ucchan wiped a tear from her eye. Come on, we're gonna miss dinner. At least he didn't go down without a fight. I think he would been proud about that. Thursday, it was poker night once more, and Ucchan, Ranma, Ukyou, Ucchan and Ebiki, Moose, Shampoo, and Kasumi were sitting around the table. Nearby, a television was on. For once, Nebiki had joined in on the games. She couldn't resist the lure of easy money. Kasumi had merely asked to join and nobody asked her why. She was well liked by everyone, so nobody objected. Shampoo joined in because Moose had persuaded her to go. She wasn't pounding Moose as much as she used to anymore, and they were actually beginning to get along, at least once a week. She still looked longingly at Ranma now and then, but did nothing more. Gosunkuji was there accompanying Ukyou. They seemed to hang around together more often nowadays. Ranma was clueless, but Ucchan had said that it was probably something like a rebound affair, when one dates just about anybody right after they break up or lose someone they loved. Ranma thought that Ukyou couldn't be that stupid. Ukyou shuffled the deck expertly and dealt them out. Everyone noticed that she was still using one of Ryoga's headbands to tie her hair into a ponytail. Everyone looked at their cards. Then Ukyou started crying. Ranma and Ucchan reached out to comfort her. Gosunkuji offered a box of tissue to her. Kasumi offered some tea, and Nabiki shook her head looking at the messy scene before her. I'm sorry, guys, she said, stopping her sniffles. Hey, it's alright, said Ucchan. We used to play poker every night, you know. It was one of the few things that cheered him up when he was down. She sighed and looked at her cards. Okay, I'm okay. Just lost it for a moment. Okay then, Nabiki said, hoping to get things back on track, double quote, everybody ready? Show what you've got. Gosankuzi had a three of a kind, Shampoo had a pair, Moose had a straight, Ranma had junk, Akane had a pair, Nabiki had a full house, and Kasumi had a royal straight flush. Oh my! I won again! Kasumi giggled. She dragged the pile of chips to her already large stack of winnings. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, how much credit does that thing have left? Asked Megan, looking over some interesting and highly expensive footwear. Probably 2,000 more, guessed Ryoko, idly looking over a few dresses a few feet away. How'd he manage to get a card like this anyways? Asked Megan. Who knows, said Ryoko. He's always had connections in interesting places. And on another note, you sure nothing's bothering you? Asked Megan. What? I'm fine. Why do you ask? Dunno. You just seem. I dunno. Kinda moody, lately. Kyoko raced towards Ryoko, holding on to a large, upper kawaii panda plushie. Can I have this? Please? Ryoko smiled, patting the smaller girl on the head. Hey, no problem. Why? And after that, said she, there's this penthouse suite I've always wanted to try out. She smiled a little, and tucked the dead man's credit card in her purse. Hope the room service is cool. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, somewhere, deep in a jungle area, a man wandered. He was badly injured, sporting many bruises, cuts, and had one hell of a headache. Him had been wandering for so long looking for something that he couldn't remember. He remembered a fight, an explosion, but nothing earlier than that. With all his injuries, his travel was painful, but he felt Father had to keep on wandering, as if it was a basic need, and he had to look for what? He would have loved some hotel service right about then. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, Friday, Ranma answered the knock at the door to reveal Moose with a handy cam. Hi, Ranma said. Hello Ranma. I'm just here to take care of a minor technicality. Where is your dojo? Follow me, he said. They entered the dojo and Moose set up his equipment. What's all this for? Asked Ranma. Cologne's getting desperate. She's going to try and get you married to Shampoo soon, despite your earlier threats. Oh? Is that so? Ranma said angrily. No need to panic. We just need to clear one minor detail. Moose hit the record button. What's that? Oh my. I can put on some clothes. Moose yelled, standing dramatically behind Ranma with one hand while trying to cover his eyes with the other. What the? Hey Kane! Ranma yelled, turning around quickly. Asterisk wham asterisk, Moose flattened Ranma with the mallet of justice. Well now, Moose said, slapping his hands together, that's that. Get this thing off of me. Mithus went over to the camera and turned it off while Ranma slowly pushed the mallet of justice off of himself. "What'd you do that for?" Ranma yelled, angrily stomping towards Mithus. "Somebody called?" Akane asked, entering the dojo. "You're no longer engaged to Shampoo by Amazon law," Mithus said, smiling brightly. "Oh?" Ranma said, frozen in mid-step. "So we don't have to worry about cologne anymore?" Akane said, smiling. "That's right," Mithus said. Ranma smiled and shook his hand. "Congrats," Ranma said, and then slammed him against the wall, upside down. "What did you do that for?" Mithus weakly muttered. "That was for the mallet," said Ranma as he went back to the house. Asterisk 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 at a rather relaxed and modern tea house, Gosunkuji and Ukyou sat and relaxed, enjoying moderately pricey drinks and a good view of the city. "I used to go to your restaurant every now and then. Best okonomiyaki in town, really." "Really? Thanks," Ukyou said, smiling while examining her cup of tea. "So why'd you shut the place down?" She sighed. "I don't know. I just don't feel much like going to work. I don't think I'm ready, really." "Because of Ryoga?" Ukyou frowned. "You know," said Gosunkuji, "you just can't hide in there forever." Ukyou looked like she was thinking of something for a moment. "Yeah," she said, "Ryoga told me something like that once." "So, what are you going to do?" "Well," said Ukyou, "you know, I've got a lot of savings from running the restaurant. Lots. And I know Zabiki Tendu has this knack for handling money, so I was thinking of jumping into the market, the stock market, wife single quote no. Good idea. Yeah, it would be nice not to work so hard anymore." "Well, take your time anyways," said Gosunkuji. Gosunkuji paused, unsure of what to say next. "I guess it would be rough to have your boyfriend pass away like that. Double quote, he said. "Boyfriend?" said Ukyou. "Well, no. He wasn't really that. I guess she became my best friend, really. Kept me company during the rough times when Ranma broke off our engagement." "Oh, I see." Gosunkuji had mixed feelings. Ukyou was available, which was good. She was sweet, kind, and easy to talk to. But she seemed to be in love with a dead man. He knew what she said, but that didn't change what he observed. She loved that Ryoga a lot, or so it thought, and as strange as it may sound, it was hard to compete with a dead man. After all, the dead are captured in perfect memory. They are flawless, made that way by the mind of the one that remembers them. Life people make mistakes, break hearts, fumble for the right words but use the wrong ones, have streaks of stupidity, do all the wrong things. Like Gosunkuji. "Hey," said Ukyou, "thanks for picking up the bill. That was sweet of you." "Yay, anytime," said Gosunkuji. He smiled to himself. "Hope springs eternal, no? Asterisk 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 Saturday. Shampoo still not sure about this. Please. Just one date. Muse was begging Shampoo one more time. This, he felt, was the final hurdle. After the apparent death of Ryoga, Muse was the sole candidate for Shampoo's hand. The Amazon legal counsel couldn't argue at all, and so the obstinate roadblock known as cologne was finally rendered ineffective. Since there was nothing keeping them there except for the business, Cologne had decided that she would leave for China at the end of the month. Only Shampoo's heart stood in the way. Shampoo, we're going to get married anyways. I don't want you to date me. Please. Come on. We'll go anywhere you want to go. Shampoo sighed. She knew there was no way out now. Her great-grandmother could do nothing. The law was on Moose's side. Ryoga was no longer there to prevent Moose from marrying her, although she didn't like Ryoga that much either, and Moose had legally taken Ranma out of consideration as well. Cologne and Shampoo strongly believed their fight was staged, but technically it counted. Might as well try to find something good about the blind idiot. Anyways, after the clear reject ion she had received from Ranma, she was finally feeling a certain kind of inner numbness. The fire within her that drove her to recklessly pursue Ranma was gone, replaced by emptiness and a certain I don't care mentality. Fine. We go later. Now leave Shampoo alone. Why yes. If Moose does not shut up, Shampoo change her mind. Sorry. Asterisk 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 shut our into, heir to the largest fortune in Japan, descendant of noble blood, stood outside of his house, umbrella overhead to keep out drizzle and snow, and surveyed the neighborhood. He did this every now and then to unwind from all the stresses that living in Domobiki came with, like that pervert Eteru and those idiotic glum stormtroopers. The beautiful sight of this town during night time was something he enjoyed looking at. Suddenly, his senses warned him of danger. He readied his sword. Two red eyes appeared in the shadows. Show yourself. He yelled asterisk PWE asterisk less than B question mark greater than he wondered, just before getting pounded violently into the pavement. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, hey, over here. The reporters yelled as a man in a suit, flanked by lawyers and police, was escorted to a police car. See, single quote mom, answer some questions. He yelled. The man stopped, faced the cameras, and began a short speech on the unfairness of the United States government and the sureness of his innocence. Unfortunately, someone wandered right into the heart of the crowd, past all the security, reporters, and say. The photographers got restless when this happened. Finally, one of the cameramen yelled, "Hey, you! Yeah, you with the bandana. Get out of the way, kid! Exclamation point, you single quote rate ruining our shots." Asterisk 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 Sunday morning Ukyou sat in her room, slowly waking up. It was time for the weekend cleanup, which she hated doing. "Ryoga," she yelled. There was no way she was going to handle his mess alone. After all, wasn't that why she let him stay here? Ryoga. She called again. Then she remembered. Ryoga wouldn't be helping her anymore. She was alone in the restaurant. All alone. She sighed, got up, and went to the kitchen to eat breakfast. She opened the door, picked up the morning paper, and set it on the table. Ukyou cooked okonomiyaki, set it on a plate, turned on the television, and sat down. While chewing on some okonomiyaki, she unfolded the newspaper. She spat out her food. The headline read, "Violent Big Attacks Again. MILLIONAREME and the OU struck down." She read the story. Standing in the rain. Felt dire. Beady little eyes. Fast blur. Big noises. It can't be. It can't be. She put the paper away and resumed eating. And then she spat out again. The All News Network was on. The newsman was broadcasting live from America about some story that she didn't care about. Ukyou ran up to the television to get a better look. In the background, a ragged figure limped. He had many scratches and cuts, as if he had been in a fight. Most importantly, he was wearing a yellow and black bandana. Asterisk 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 Sunday night. The night was late, the stars were out, and Ucchan and Ranma were walking home from one of the more trendy dance clubs. They were both muttering all the way down the street and didn't look like a happy couple at all. Ucchan was walking angrily, looking away from Ranma, while he was hobbling slightly and looking not too happy himself. Stupid clumsy tomboy. Uncured brute. Foot masher. Ranma muttered. "I said I'm sorry already." She yelled back. "Whatever," he muttered. Then Ucchan stopped walking. Ranma hobbled a step or two ahead before noticing that she had stopped. Then he hobbled back a few steps. She turned her back to him unsniffled. "Dog, come on. Don't start crying," he yelled. She seemed so quick to sob lately, a lot like her father. "I'm sorry, okay? I should have let it go by now, and now I am okay." He reached out and she took a step back. "Ucchan, please," he said. He hobbled towards her again, but this time she didn't move. Then she put her head on his shoulder. "Hey," he wondered, comma left curly bracket, "why am I always the one apologizing in the end anyways?" Ucchan was wondering if this was the way things between Ranma and he would always be. Naturally. Without any spice helping things out. "You know," she said, between sniffles, "I hoped we'd stop fighting like flies." "Yeah, I know, me too. Maybe I overreacted. Maybe you overreacted." Ucchan was about to argue when Ranma interrupted her, "But that doesn't mean we should just fall apart or nothing like that. I still wanna marry you, even if you are a clumsy tomboy." He smiled. "You know, I still want to marry you too, you jerk," she said, smiling a bit, and put her arms around him. What Ranma didn't know, still, was the passion spice factor, as Akane thought of it. She'd tried to put it out of her mind and just accept things as they were, but it was always on the edge of her mind whenever she was with Ranma. As the couple walked on, they sensed something odd. A presence. They looked around and saw a figure hobbling in the far distance, a bandana on Hai's head. It can't. Ranma muttered. Ryoga. Ucchan yelled. The man turned a corner into a busy street. Ucchan and Ranma looked at each other as if to see if each was thinking the same thing. Then they chased after the mysterious figure. But the crowds on the street were too many. Hey, Ucchan, it couldn't have been. Could it? Monday Jeanette Smith was sent off to another news story to cover for the Seattle Post. It wasn't your typical 3 bodies found and no suspects killed off story that's so common nowadays, so she was curious. Especially because it happened in one of the more popular nightclubs, and she'd been stuck getting assigned to covering the kind of stories that get buried way out in the back of the paper. This time, she sensed, this story would get attention. It was strange. She entered a nightclub. It was your typical Generation X type of dive, with an industrial look and dark lighting. She waded past police officers at the scene and looked at the damage. It looked like there was a bomb detonated right in the middle of the dance floor because there was a considerably big crater occupying that space. Something was wrong. Oh. No burn marks, no scorches, no smoke. There should have been something like that if a bomb had gone off. She grabbed a passing officer. Hey, she asked, any injuries? About a dozen people got hit by flying debris. That's it. Nobody killed. Nobody even burned. Strange, isn't it? The officer said, and walked off. She went looking for a witness. She found an O'Donovan, lead singer of Screeching Monkeys, who was playing on stage during the incident. Hey, she said, grabbing his shoulder, I'm Jeanette Smith from the Post. What happened here? Well, we were doing our music thing and stuff, when suddenly there is this Japanese dude, been working as a waiter or janitor or something like that. Well, he was getting really pissed off when he got stuck in the middle of the mosh pit. Guess he didn't know that's how they usually dance ***. Anyways, they were bumping him and he was bumping back, and then I guess he was packing a bomb or something, cause this gigantic explosion happens. Boom. Cement flying everywhere. Me and the band .com, and when I look up, there's this huge crater in the middle of the dance floor and the Japanese dude is gone. ***. Kodachi was ready. She had spent endless hours in the lab trying to recreate the formula. It was lost in her first run-in with Ryoga Hibiki. She knew that the original batch was effective because she was living proof of it. She didn't mind being under the spell of the formula. Oh, 'cause it felt good, and now was hoping to spread her happiness around a bit. There was a problem. The chemicals weren't reacting like the original mix was. There was something she did the first time. Something different that made all the difference, and it frustrated her greatly. There was one outcome that she wanted, the everlasting love effect. Unfortunately, it wasn't, according to her research, the most likely effect with this new batch of the formula. There were, however, two effects that were most likely to occur. One was that the subject would become overwhelmed with passion for a brief moment, being unbelievably overwhelmed with desire. The other was a mild skin rash. She held up a vial filled with clear liquid. This was the closest that she'd been able to get to the original creation. This was it. She didn't know if it would work properly, but there was only one way to find out, right? Kodachi quickly put on her Ranma-chan disguise and bounded out to their only surviving beloved. She sighed sadly for a moment, thinking of the other one. Alas, my beloved Ryoga, I miss you much, but life goes on. Ranma sat in the park, feeling the breeze under the shade of a large tree, looking doubtfully at the curry dish before him. He and Ucchan were having a picnic in the park because she felt they weren't having enough "quality time" lately. She seemed overly worried about their relationship. He didn't see any emergency coming up, but if it made her happy, he figured it shouldn't hurt too much. He forgot about the part of a picnic that involved lunch. Ucchan. He hesitatingly said. Said she, turning to him with a hopeful look. Dogek, can't argue with a girl when they use the cute stare, he grudgingly thought. Ucchan, I need a spoon. Oh, here you go. High above them Kodachi learnt. She had spotted them enter the park and hurriedly followed them. She would have gotten out of her disgust, but in the thrill of the pursuit she had entirely forgotten that she was wearing it. After observing the layout of the area, she had her plan all figured out. In one smooth motion, she would descend from the tree, pour a potion into the curry. It seemed like curry anyways, but Kodachi knew that with Ucchan's cooking one never could be sure of anything. With her left arm, hammer Ucchan with a mallet using her right hand, kicked the bull into Ranma's face. With the left foot, assuming his mouth would be gaping in surprise at her arrival as it usually seemed to be, and landing neatly in front of him just in time for the potion to take effect and presto love is slave for eternity. She leapt from the tree. aka Indio, prepare to die. Yes. Kodachi Kuno does indeed suffer the same inability to quiet life surprise her opponents as her brother. She had shown more control over it, but in about 80% of her attacks she would not resist the urge to yell out. Ranma and Ucchan both looked up. They were both surprised to see Kodachi in a really bad Ranma-chan disguise. What the? Ranma muttered, too surprised by Kodachi's appearance to notice the splash of liquid diving into his curry. Ucchan was pissed. She cocked her fists in a ready position and as Kodachi swung her mallet, Ucchan caught it with one hand and slugged her out of the park with the other, hitting her so hard that her wig came off. Ucchan noticed the wig. She looked to where Kodachi was flying off. Ranma shrugged and absent-mindedly had some curry. His face turned a dream. He discreetly turned away and washed off the taste with some Inagavolt cola. Ucchan suddenly figured it all out. Of course. It was Kodachi that kissed Ryoga, not Ranma. Too bad he never lived to find out the truth. Suddenly, Akkane's hand was grabbed and she was yanked down to the grass next to Ranma. Ranma. What? She was cut off? Mainly because he was giving her only of the most passionate kisses that they ever had. For both of them, bells were ringing, violins were striking up a romantic and dramatic number, doves were flying everywhere, the sky was a romantic shade of pink, all the clouds were shaped like clouds, and roses were blooming all around them. It was that kind of a kiss. Then it stopped. Ranma sat up, slightly dazed. Wow. Wonder what brought that on. Ucchan grabbed him by the ear, yanked him back down, and the violins resumed. Semicolon circumflex accent asterisk 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 Tuesday, but goes Sunkuzi. I'm telling you he's alive. He's out there, lost beaten up, but alive. Ukyou, goes Sunkuzi said. It was just your imagination. Please, calm down. I'm telling you he's alive. She yelled. He looked sadly at Ukyou. That's it, he thought. She snapped. She called him on the phone, sounding so panic-stricken, and said it was an emergency. He ran over immediately only to find her ranting like a woman about Ryoga being alive. Listen, Ukyou, you've been stressed out, depressed, and maybe you should go see somebody. You think I'm crazy? Ukyou glared at Go Sunkuzi. Ukyou, let's go on a date. Sabasa cheerily said as he revealed himself to be a potted plant in the room. Sabasa, Ukyou growled. She whipped out not one, but two titanic killer spatulas and proceeded to thrash Sabasa far more violent lines she had ever done before. Finally, she hammered him from both sides with the spatulas, tossed him up, and hit him like a baseball, right through the roof. She was beginning to look a bit psychotic to Go Sunkuzi. Well, you're looking a bit stressed out, Go Sunkuzi timidly said. Ukyou calmed down. Go Sunkuzi observed the conditions of Ucchan's. It was very much unkempt, and dust was beginning to build up. Ukyou's personal quarters were a bit messy too, with lots of wet tissue paper and coffee items lying around on the floor. He noticed that the attic was locked up. Ukyou, when's the last time you cleaned up this place? Not in a while. Come on, I'll help you clean up. Reluctantly, she accepted his help and they went about the business of restoring the resort. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The young man was extremely confused. He was wandering around some damn swamp area, full of mosquitoes, and suddenly he found himself in some small metal compartment, and to add insult to injury he was locked in. Hey! He yelled, banging on the door. Let me out. Meanwhile, outside, something was happening. 10, 9, 8, 7. Hold countdown. Repeat. Hold THECOUNDDOWN. Internal sensors indicate a problem. Do you read? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Somewhere, deep within a mountain, a man in a red military outfit while looking at several monitoring screens. A scrawny scientist stood next to him. As you can see, sir, The scientist began. The readings on this Sunday are quite high. We think that maybe you should consider recruiting him. If you think so, go ahead. I have higher matters to concentrate on. We'll be needing some tracking equipment and some transport. Our turget seems to be wandering around a lot lately and at amazing distances. Very well. Go and find him. The scientist said. What is it? The dark man rumbled. I am sorry, my lord, but I have lost track of things. Is your title currently Bison or Vega? Asterisk FWOOSH asterisk. Sunday, from the balcony view, the city was sprawled out below, a sight off wells in the night for them to view. It was a perfect night, many would say, for blossoming love. Manami Hinako looked at the young man sitting next to her. Cho wondered if he felt the same way that she felt. Tonight Cho should find out. It was several days ago when this mysterious man came into her life. Being an Asian in San Francisco wasn't bad, but she had just recently moved there with her family from Japan. Her father had been promoted to overseeing their foreign branch in California. She was feeling sad, missing the few friends she had back in Okinawa. Her current residence was a rather nice apartment, the fourth floor of a renovated and very beautiful apartment, complete with balcony, on the top of one of San Francisco's many hills. As she overlooked San Francisco's sunset from her balcony, she sighed, wishing that she wasn't so shy. Meanwhile, down below, a young person of Japanese origin was staggering, slowly, to the top of the hill. He was exhausted, more so than he'd been in a while. On top of that, he hadn't had a proper meal for days. He was still a man without an identity. And he still couldn't get to where he wanted to go. Which his hazy memory told him was Japan, for some reason. And there was this primal fear of cold water that he had. For some reason it just terrified him. It wasn't fair, he thought. What did he do to deserve being in this situation? He felt a wave of angst hit and angrily smashed his fist into a nearby building. Why is this happening to me? Far above, Manami was sitting on the railing, enjoying the breeze. Her parents had often told her it wasn't a safe thing to do, but to her there was no better way to enjoy the view and the breeze. Then the building shuddered, catching her entirely by surprise. She wanted to scream, feeling panic rush through her as she felt herself slip off of the railing, and tumble through the air. She screamed, panic taking over her mind. The young man sighed, looking at the rather big dent he'd put in the building's side. He realized that he shouldn't have done it, but he just needed some sort of release for his frustrations. He hoped no bodine addict. Then he blinked. Seemed that there was something loud approaching. Sounded kind of like a scream. He raised his weary head and his eyes grew wide in surprise as he saw somebody falling right towards him. Suddenly, Manami's downward fall halted in an unpainful way. Was death that sudden? How odd. She stopped screaming and opened her eyes slowly. and found herself in the arms of a handsome, although slightly tired, and very surprised-looking Japanese boy. Ah, was all she could bring herself to say. Hello, he said, unsure of what else to say. He seemed to try to think of the appropriate thing, and carefully, too. Finally, he looked into her eyes. Excuse me, he said, can you tell me where I am? You don't know where you are? Asked she. Remember I'm not in Hong Kong anymore, am I? Well, no. She blushed as she realized exactly what kind of position she was in. He noticed her blush, and asked, is something wrong? You can put me down now, said she. His eyes went wide with shock, finally realizing that he'd been holding her close and in his arms for a while now, and gently set her down, then laughed nervously while scratching his head. His look of slight confusion and embarrassment seemed genuine, and somewhat cute. His being from Japan as well certainly appealed to her, and although they were both laughing nervously at the start, somehow she found the courage to ask him to come in, as a show of gratitude for saving her. And so, from there, they talked, and talked, and talked more. She found out he was indeed a native of Japan, but for some reason, had no memory until a few weeks ago. Anything beyond that was a collection of unclear images, names, and thoughts. A mystery man, wandering the world trying to find his identity. The whole concept, she thought, was almost too romantic. And he was cute to come on, especially with those little things of his. When she found out he had an hour to go, she couldn't allow him to fend for himself on the streets. She insisted that he stay at her house for as long as he needed to. For once she was very much glad that the work that her parents do often keep them away from home for stretches of days, sometimes weeks. With the help of her credit card actually owned by her parents, she proceeded to take him out for the next several days, fixing or if they couldn't be fixed replacing his ragged clothes, taking him out to eat and having fun in general. She found herself able to talk to him easily although he still seemed nervous about things. She even cooked for him which was the first time she cooked for any man. Maybe pancakes were too easy to be proud of, but he still enjoyed them, and that made her feel good. Days passed, and he still couldn't remember his name. And so it came to this time, with them alone on a romantic night, sitting there so close to each other. She decided to go for it. She brushed her long hair to one side and faced him. Touching his chin to turn his face to her, she moved in close for the kiss. Their eyes locked into each other's, then he stuttered a name, but not hers. She stopped, shocked. W what? Who? She asked. He looked dazed. I'm sorry. I've got to go. I think he remembers somewhere I need to be. Asterisk 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 Monday, Ranma, did you invite Ukyou to dinner yet? Akane asked. The couple was worried about her since she had kept her store closed for several days and hadn't talked much to either of them at all. Ucchan was hoping to tell her about her running with Kodachi in disguise. Yeah, he answered, but Go-sankuji said she was busy. Go-sankuji was there. Yup. Said she was busy cleaning up the place. Oh. Ranma looked disturbed. What else did he say? Ucchan asked. Oh. Well, he said Ukyou thought she saw Ryoga on television and she was getting hysterical about it. I guess she really loved him. Ucchan replied. She went over and hugged Ranma. Don't you ever disappear on me. You got that? Hey, he said, smiling. Of course not. Ucchan tensed up for a moment and then let go. Something wrong? Wondered Ranma. Oh, no. While hugging Ranma, Ucchan was facing the television. They were doing a story on the Great Wall of China. She thought she saw someone familiar in the background. Could that have been him? No, impossible. Nothing's wrong. Never mind. Inside, Ranma was having lingering doubts about Ryoga's demise himself. No, they never did find Ryoga's body. But he was in big form then, and Ranma saw the bridge destroyed in the massive explosion afterwards. If the Shichibukai didn't kill Ryoga, the concrete certainly would have. And then there was the river, which was high that night and flowing very fast. Ryoga was either incinerated, crushed, or drowned. But they never found the body, he thought. That fact tugged at his brain for the rest of the night. Asterisk on an outside market in China, a ragged figure wobbled through the streets. He still couldn't remember his name. All he knew was that he had traveled a long way and had to keep traveling. He was still angry about that insanely long wall that somebody put in there. He walked left. He walked right. The damn thing seemed endless. This infuriated him, and so he started punching it, which made a crack but nothing more. Then, seized by memory, he planted a finger and yelled double quote Bakusa Tenketsu. While poking the wall, it cracked, then exploded, leaving a nice open walkway in between. At a marketplace he stopped. Something caught his eyes. He reached down and picked up a traditional Chinese umbrella that was for sale. It had a straight wooden shaft and red cloth. It seemed very heavy. He held it in one hand, examining it carefully. He twirled it. He swung it. He opened it up and flung it into the sky, where it vomited. Hey! The shopkeeper yelled. What the hell are you doing? The umbrella did a figure 8 in the sky and returned to ragged figure E's hand. He grinned. The shopkeeper was speechless. Friday, Ukyou and Go-sankuji were playing poker late one night. He was happy about this, since Ukyou was the first girl to actually be his friend. Shampoo invited him over for poker several nights in a row now. With a little bit more effort, maybe she'd be more than a friend. Ukyou was looking at the hands she had to work with. A 2, a 3, a yak, an ace, and a 6. Junk. She looked up for a moment to think and so looked briefly at the television which was left on. She gasped. Ukyou? What's wrong? Go-sunku, she asked. She shook her head as if to clear it. Nothing, nothing. On the television, a newsman was doing a report on the economic summit in Korea. The reporter was speaking live from outside a rather important-looking building. Behind him, a rather confused-looking figure was holding a map, upside down. Days later, in a park somewhere, a young couple was testing the waters of romance. They were in a park, high up atop a flight of many stairs on top of a hill, where they first met. They were both looking nervous. The boy was determined to tell the girl how he felt once and for all, without annoying distractions like pervert friends, annoying siblings, or the girl who thought she was his girlfriend. None of that. Just the two of them. Ayukawa, the young man stuttered, and then suddenly held his head, as if getting a headache. What's wrong? You look so sad all of a sudden, the girl said, looking genuinely concerned. She took hold of his hand. The world, the young man muttered, suddenly looking very glum. Eyes a cold and lonely place. What? Meanwhile, a bandana-clad figure walked away down some nearby stairs, idly counting 94, 95, 96, 97, 98. More days pass. Deep in a forest area, a bandana-clad young man strode through searching for something but not knowing what. He had traveled endlessly, and his endurance had finally run out. He collapsed. Young man, are you all right? An old voice asked. He looked up. Help me. The old man dragged him into his house, where two others were in training. Ken, straighten your leg on that form. That's better. The old man snapped. Just because you win a couple of American tournaments does not mean you become lax in your technique. Yes, sensei. The blond young man yelled. Geez, he thought, just come in for a friendly visit and the old man turns it into boot camp. Ryu, help me bring this young man in. Yes, sensei. The other man said. The sun set in Tokyo, with storm clouds rolling over the city quickly. The sign said, in big letters, absolutely no women allowed. Hitomi wasn't amused. She'd just returned from her vacation from work only to find this absurd and sexist little signboard blocking the way to the rest of the sublevel. She was in charge of this sublevel. It was her duty to check on the whole area, supplies, patients, and any other things that need attention. She would have asked someone why on earth such a stupid signal was put up, but today there were very few people on duty and she just didn't have the patience to listen to an explanation. She tore the sign down and walked in *****. Tell me, have you found this young man that you had targeted yet? Yes, my lord. The scientist nervously said. He was in Seoul, Korea a week ago. We're sending in a retrieval team to investigate now. Mumber, no, master. I'll find him myself. We've just lost our agent in Japan, and I wish him to be our replacement. It's become more important to obtain him now. Yes, master. The large figure of the commander glided out the door, his form glowing with red, blue, and purple swirls of ki power. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It was a dark and stormy night. As it was standard practice in any dark and stormy night, this one had some trouble brewing. Lightning flared and snaked its way down to earth. Of all the places it could have struck, this surge of energy struck one particular spot, and deep in an underground chamber, something stirred. Monitor equipment, warning systems, and other security devices long dormant sprung to life. Red lights and loud horns activated, indicating an incident of the utmost emergency. Staff scrambled everywhere in their white medical coats manning their stations. The head administrator, Shiro Fujimoto, stormed into the control room. He looked at all the monitors. "Give me a status report," he yelled. "Sir, we lost power temporarily, but the backup generators will be online in 2 minutes. That's good." The administrator relaxed. Then one of his staff yelled in panic. "Sir, Subject H has somehow escaped from his bonds and Wiki dampeners have been overloaded. He's still in his room, but we don't know how much longer we can hold him back." "What? Damn it." Shiro didn't want to deal with Subject H. It was a worst-case scenario. The kind of situation that ruins careers. How did he get out? "We took all precautions." "What's going on in there?" "Sorry, sir, but he knocked out all surveillance cameras in the room." "Damn. Are the priests on their way?" "Yes, sir. But they're stuck in traffic." "Damn it all. Why now?" "Sir, he's broken out of his room. Our forces are trying to hold him in the corridor." "Shit. Close all the ventilation shafts. Have guards posted around the elevator shaft at all floors. Secure the stairwells." "Sir, he's breached the corridor and is heading for the elevator." Shiro tailed. "Get all the women out of the building. Now!" In the distance the sound of exploding bombs sang alongside the thunder, and the laughter of Latry echoed eerily into the night. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Days later, the old man looked upon his newest student with a bit of worry. "Ryu, tell me, what do you think of this new one?" he asked. The young Asian man next to him answered. He had been in a tremendous battle. That much is obvious, since it would explain why he bears such scars and has even lost memory of his past. Indeed, fighting seems to come natural to him, as he executes basic attacks with ease, and it has surprised me by already learning the Shoryuken event off. He has been here only for a few days. Go on. He is abnormally depressed and contains much anger as well. You noticed this too, eh? I took him to the waterfall to train, but he seems to have a great fear of water, especially cold water. Oh? I did not know this. The old man wrinkled his brow. He says he does not know why. HM. And furthermore, he has no sense of direction. Yes, I noticed that too. Must be brain damage from a past battle. Meanwhile, nearby, the topic of the conversation continued to practice his martial arts, trying to sort things out in his mind. Asterisk 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 the Shoryuken, the rising dragon punch, was easy for him to master. Still spun out of control a little bit on the ascent, but it was still effective as a weapon in combat. Here, a new technique to use against Ranma, he thought. Then he stopped. Who's Ranma? He wondered. He got conflicting memories. An image of a young man with a big tail stealing bread came to mind. Then the image of a redhead with a torn shirt sprung up. Then the memory of the girl giving him a deep kiss unveiled itself and he shivered in disgust for some reason. Must be an old girlfriend I dated or something like that. Right curly bracket, he thought. He couldn't seem to master the other special techniques of this school, such as the whirlwind kick or the Hadouken. He did surprise everyone when on a particularly trying day he concentrated and yelled full Shishihukauden, blowing up major parts of the forest in the process. The sensei seemed saddened at the fact that he displayed such power. The blonde student asked him, "Why do you seem upset?" "It seems to be a strong technique." The old man replied, "To master the Shishihukauden, one must be dark, empty, or shattered in spirit. For a young man of his age to already master it would mean that his life is tragic indeed. He must be getting parts of his memory back, and they must not be very good ones at all." Asterisk 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 the young man stopped in his exercises once more. He stared at a pond nearby, mesmerized by the ripples on its surface. Something was nagging at him. Something just on the tip of his tongue. June. Junk. Junko. Jusnkyo. The two observers looked at him oddly. "I must go to Jusnkyo," he yelled. He ran up to the old man. "Sensei, do you know where Jusnkyo is? The cursed training grounds?" "I do not think that this is wise." The old man realized that this may explain his great aversion to water. "I must go there. My past is there. Ucchan. No wonder your key is tainted with tragedy. That place is never a good place to visit. If you feel you must go, it is 200 miles east of here. I strongly suggest that you take a bus." "Thank you, Sensei," he yelled. The young man ran off. He left, the young man said. He seemed surprised. "You were surprised? You knew he would leave?" the young man asked. "I suspect he is linked to another student that used to attend here. Do you remember Danidabiki?" "Yes. Come to think of it, they are much alike. I wonder if they are related in some way." The old man and his student stood there, watching the sunset. "None," both said, and went off to attend to other business. Asterisk 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 another week goes by. Someone knocked at the door of Ucchan's. Ukyou went to the front door to answer, and opened the door to what appeared to be a large bush. "Sabesaba," she growled, grabbing her spatula. "FTD delivery," the bush said in a panic. Ukyou took another look. It wasn't exactly a bush. It was a bouquet. A rather big one. Nice looking too. "Oh, sorry," she said. The overwhelmed delivery man brought the flowers in. "Put it by the window, please," Ukyou asked. Who's it from?" "There's a card that came with it," the man said, setting the floral arrangement down. After the delivery man left, Ukyou looked at the card that came with the jumbo FTD arrangement. Asterisk 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 dear Ukyou, how's things at the restaurant? I wonder if you've finally opened it to the public again, since you do make the best okonomiyaki in town. Anyways, I'm just writing because I'm already out of town and will be stuck in California visiting relatives for the holidays. I'll be back at the start of next month, hopefully. I guess I was just worried since you always seem so depressed. Cheer up, okay? Here's your Christmas gift. Hikarugo Sankuji asterisk asterisk asterisk. Well, she said, smiling a bit. That was sweet. She looked at the flowers some more, and then moved them next to the front door. Then she flipped a sign on the door. Ucchan's was back in business. Asterisk 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 a tired figure scrambled through the bush. Where is it? Where is it? Asterisk whack asterisk stupid grass. Asterisk whack asterisk stupid trees. I could swear it was around the org. Asterisk 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 the Ucchan looked up from his recliner chair and put down his magazine. He reached over and turned off his CD player. He looked around. Someone there? Hello? Anyone? Meow? He could have sworn he heard something. He resumed his reclined position, looking over several of the glimmering nacre's pools, looked sadly at the remaining devastation, and resumed reading his magazine. Asterisk 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 a figure sat on the roof of the Tendo home, staring absently at the night sky. This was usual, normally. However, on this night, it wasn't Ranma. Tonight, it was Ucchan's turn to use the Tendo roof for contemplation. The current topic on her mind was her relationship with Ranma. And finally, she could smile about it. Things, she thought, were finally looking up. Until recently, a very disturbing thought kept on nagging at her. That thought was that her relationship with Ranma was just a product of Pasionspis and Mthus's schemes. From the moment she overheard him until now, she pushed the doubts to the back of her mind, trying to forget what she'd overheard from Mthus. But when she'd heard Mthus was leaving, it was a now or never situation. If she didn't ask now, then she would never know the truth. She'd managed to catch them at the pier, just before they left. Cologne and Shampoo were already on board, but Mthus had, fortunately for Ucchan, lingered for a while longer, wishing to view Tokyo one last time before leaving. It was while he was turning around to take his last glance at the city that his view was obscured by enraged Ucchan Tendo. He was no fool. He'd seen enough of Ranma being abused to know he was in trouble. Ucchan. What a surprise. Come here, you, she growled in reply, grabbing him by the shirt, and dragged him off to the side of a building, where things were more private. Mthus's mind was in a panic. What could have happened? Why was she so mad? She couldn't have found out. That was impossible. What have you done to me? She hissed. What? What are you talking about, Ucchan Tendo? Thanks to you, My life is a lie. She barked. What have I done to the spice? Muse turned pale, then looked around anxiously. SHH. Don't you SHH me. You don't want the old ghoul to hear this. He hissed. If she does come away single quote read all in trouble again. Do you want Shampoo chasing Sodom again? That bit of logic sobered Ucchan up quickly. She calmed down, but still had a death-inducing look in her eyes. Why did you do this? Why? Didn't everything work out for the best? Argued Moose. The old monkey and Shampoo are leaving. I got Shampoo, you got Ranma. But he doesn't love me. I don't love him. This is all just because of the passion spice. Moose looked straight into her eyes. So, you never loved him before? Ucchan's anger weakened even more under Moose's calm gaze. Did she love him before? Ucchan wondered about that. Can you honestly tell me you did not have feelings for Sodom in the past? Said Moose. I think I did. And do you think he did not care about you before? And no. He never treated me like... How many times did he come to your rescue? How many times has he risked his life, just for you? All traces of anger melted away from Ucchan's face, replaced by a strange expression of bittersweet emotions. Remember Jankai Island? He destroyed our cure, just for you. I don't think he would do that for someone he hates. But, what about the spice? Moose smiled. The spice? It's been a long while since you ate Thespis. It wore off already. Do you deny that you still love Sodom? Well, Mumber, then all I did, said Moose, was make you and Ranma be honest. Moose smiled. Ucchan couldn't help but smile as well. The sound of the ship horn blowing reminded Moose of pressing matters. Well, Akane-tendo, said Moose with a smile. I must go now. It was an interesting time here, but now I must go home. I wish you and your fiancé the best. Thanks. And good luck with Shampoo, replied Ucchan. Thank you. And I think it's for the best if you don't tell Anyone about this conversation, he said with a wink. Moose walked away from Ucchan, into the ship, and disappeared into the crowd, leaving the Tandabjurl alone with her thoughts. Asterisk at the penthouse of the Tokyo Hilton, 3 people were throwing a small celebration of sorts. Megane, Kyoko, and Ryoko, recent visitors of Niruma. The celebration had been going on for a few weeks now, which flashed along the credit card they found in the rubble belonging to Ryoga was lasting. This was the climax of several weeks of reckless spending with Trio. Anyone else would call this cold heart. They know more about who these 3 were, and whose death they were celebrating. People would reconsider the cold heart judgment. The 3 of them were, at the moment, coming down from a sugar high resulting from downing several cases of soda and an incredibly heavy dinner. Megane was feeling happy, and Kyoko was her usual bubbly self-calm, but Ryoko couldn't shake that mellow feeling that was haunting her. She lingered out to the balcony, champagne glass filled with the best Ryo's credit could buy, and looked out across the night. Ryo's death was earlier than expected. Much earlier. But still, it wasn't an extreme surprise, especially given the amount of people he'd made enemies of in his life. But Ryoga, I didn't even get a chance to say hello again, she whispered sadly. She wondered. Did he remember her? How would he have reacted? It was too late for that now. All far too late. A falling star streaked across the night sky. She saw it and made hush. I wish Ryoga was alive. As the falling star winked out of existence, she added absently, oh yeah, Rio too. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Cologne was busy packing away things on the ship cabin they'd adopted as part of their return to China. She looked a bit tired, and felt older than she was. Shampoo, helping her with the luggage, noticed something was wrong. Great-grandmother, what wrong? I just feel like I need a vacation. Being stuck with Moose as a son-in-law is trying on the nerves, and I do not wish to deal with any more estrangeness. Not for a while anyways. I guess it is good that we are returning home at last. Shampoo looked sadly at her great-grandmother. We really give up on Ranma, great-grandmother? No choice anymore. I don't believe Moose outshone me. Even thought our returning home with a husband for you. I still feel dishonored. If he's to be my son-in-law, I'll make life hell for him. Shampoo nodded, then left the cabin. On the deck, Moose looked out over the waters to the slowly disappearing side of Tokyo. Goodbye, my friends, he murmured. As trophy matter of Ucchan Tendo, Ranma Sodom, and the passion spice, he was relieved that his plan worked so very well. As for the truth of the matter on the lingering effects of the passion spice, he had no idea that small dosages of passion spice create temporary feelings of love. That much is known. Moose used quite a lot of it, and there was no telling what effect it would have. He certainly wasn't going to tell that to Ucchan, and was proud of the way in which he talked himself out of that mess. Was Sodom's relationship a lie? Was it artificial happiness that they felt? As long as they were happy, thought Moose. It doesn't matter. It didn't matter to him, anyways. Just as long as he had a better chance with Shampoo now. Granted, she was still pounding him into the ground on a regular basis, but she wasn't chasing after anyone either. Moose? You here? Shampoo called. Shampoo? Moose was surprised. She was looking for him. What are you doing up here? Less than I just wanted to see the view greater than, she said, in Chinese. She stared out into the city lights. Less than it will be good to see China again, but I think you'll miss this place. Greater than less than greater than, he said. He turned back to look at the city as well. Less than you remember when we were playing by the beach when we were kids? Greater than asked Shampoo. Less than yeah, greater than, said Moose. Less than those were nice days. Greater than less than, yes, they were. Greater than, she said quietly. Less than even though you always kept shoving me into the water. Greater than said Moose. Less than you always talked to the driftwood, or the crabs, or the fish, or a passing dog. And you called them Shampoo. You were always so stupid, Moose. Greater than Moose frowned and looked at Shampoo. To his sharp eyes, there was a slight hint of a smile on her face. Less than always so stupid. Greater than, she said quietly, looking out into the horizon. Less than, it will be nice to go back home. Greater than asterisk. The young man angrily stomped through the thick foliage of the jungle, limping and looking very much on the edge of madness. Damn this green stuff. He swore he'd join the Pave the Earth Foundation if he ever got out of there. And if he'd ever get his memory straight. He was getting hurt a lot because of some of the hazards that the plant sometimes covered up. He almost fell off of a cliff once. Then there were the unexpected nuisances. He was stomping around minding his own business when a group of gay lunatics pop out of the bush and start yelling at him about getting in the way of their cameras and the pandas. A film about pandas. How mundane. He muttered a silent curse against all Gayans as he stomped through the wilderness. He swatted some tall grass with the red umbrella. He picked it up in China, angrily, and stomped onward. Suddenly, he felt a chill and turned it around. A large figure, clad in a black military outfit and matching cape, stood there. No, that wasn't quite right. The dark figure hovered there. He also was surrounded by a fiery energy that pulsed blue, purple, and deep red. You, the dark man rumbled, had great potential. I extend to you an invitation to join my ranks. Why should I? Join me, and I will give you wealth, prestige, and show you true power. The dark powers of the soul. Psycho power. The young man sneered. It's nothing I've heard of. Oh. The dark man began to flare. He grinned evilly. But then, in your current state, you've heard of very little. Isn't that true? He had to admit, that was true. The Shampoo Lord considered the boy before him carefully. Perhaps I am being too generous. But I shall aid you. I sense a kindred spirit in you. It pleases me to see such a thing. What kind of aid do you offer? Come closer, and I will show you. The Shampoo Lord's armored hands began to glow with an unnatural purple, red, and black flame. The boy felt compelled to step forward, despite the fear he felt. The military man reached forward quick as lightning and grabbed him by the skull. Dark flames flared around them. Two voices were heard in the deep of the jungle. One was laughing, the other was screaming. And part 12 equals part XI sort of homecoming equals New Year's Day, 2:00 a.m. Time was supposed to heal all wounds. It was working, but not as fast as she hoped it would. However, it was the holiday season, and Ukyou had made the best of it. She was walking home, escorted by Ranma and Akane, from the New Year's party held at the Tendu Hall. It was as grand as the last one, with ghosts throughout the neighborhood invited. "Hey guys, thanks for walking me home," said Ukyou. "No problem. I mean, it's late already and you're carrying all this stuff," Ranma said, referring to the ridiculous amount of prizes Ukyou had won in the poker tournament. "And with you carrying all this stuff alone, somebody might try to rob you. After all," said Ucchan, "what are friends for?" Asterisk 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 somewhere in town, a figure walked, wearing a dark overcoat to shield himself from the cold weather. He held an umbrella up to shelter himself from the snow that was flowing in flurries. He would have been like the many others who were traveling through the streets at this time, except for two outstanding characteristics. First of all, he was at the very top of a skyscraper. Second, his eyes were glowing a fiery purple. He seemed to look for something, searching through the city with narrowed eyes, then locked onto a sight far below. Then he faded into nothingness. Asterisk 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 as the trio of Ukyou, Ucchan, and Ranma approached Ukyou's restaurant, they noticed someone hiding in the shadows, waiting in front of Ukyou's door. "Hey," Ranma whispered, "get behind me. Someone's there." The trio approached the restaurant slowly, getting a better look at the figure in the shadows. Finally, they were standing next to him. The person was leaning on the door, in a reclined position, and it had an umbrella covering the upper half of the body from view and a dark overcoat covering the rest of the clothing. "I think he's asleep," Ranma whispered. "Oh, what's that?" Ucchan whispered back. A loud buzz of snore erupted from under the umbrella. They blinked. "Wait a minute," Ukyou said. "That umbrella. It seemed to be a simple bamboo umbrella with red cloth. It also seemed to be very familiar." "No way," she said. "It can't be." She rushed forward. "Ukyou." "Wait," Ranma said, trying to stop her. Ukyou pushed the umbrella aside, and the pair of them gasped in shock. "Ouga." He woke up startled. What? What?" he yelled. Then with tired eyes, he looked at the stunned trio. "Oh. Ucchan, Ukyou, Ranma. Hey guys, how've you been? Sorry I missed the Christmas party." He staggered up to his feet. "Ryoga, you numbskull, where have you been?" Ukyou yelled, and then wrapped him in a tight embrace, knocking him over. "You jerk! We thought you were dead." Ryoga wasn't quite sure what to do in this situation. It certainly wasn't an unpleasant sensation, being wrapped up, embraced tightly, on the ground, by Ukyou like this. No, definitely not unpleasant. But he was still feeling a bit strange inside. It didn't help that Ucchan was there looking at the two of them. He said with all his dignity. "Hee," Ranma said, "check out the hot couple. Don't embarrass them." Ucchan said, elbowing Ranma slightly. Ukyou froze. "Hey, what the hell am I doing?" She quickly rolled off Ryoga. She said eloquently. Ukyou and Ryoga immediately got up and started brushing the snow off. Well, hey, friend, buddy, amigo," Ryoga said, glancing nervously at Akane and patting Ukyou on the back in a way that said, "Yes, we are merely friends. Very good friends, but still only friends. E.R. K. Good friend, humble sidekick, pal single quote oh single quote mine, E.R. K." Ukyou's aide, glancing nervously at Ranma and patting Ryoga in the back in a way thought said, "Certainly. Merely a platonic relationship here." Ranma turned his eyes up in a way that said, "Whatever. Come on. Let's get inside and celebrate," Ucchan said, in a tone of voice that said, "Come on. Let's get inside and celebrate." Asterisk 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 3 o'clock a.m. The celebration, while a happy one, only lasted a few minutes. This was mainly because everyone was already extremely tired to begin with. The main topic of the night was what on earth Ryoga had been doing for the past month. He was willing to say that he had amnesia for quite a while and wandered around a lot of strange places doing odd jobs. However, since they were all tired, everyone agreed that Ryoga would go into greater detail tomorrow, over dinner at the Tendu's. Ukyou shut all the windows and locked all the doors, with a tired but happy Ryoga sitting peacefully at a table drinking some hot tea. He was glad to be back, after wandering around so long. How much time passed? A month. Well, now he was back, and he was glad to be back. "Well, get some rest, Ryoga. You look a little tired," said Ukyou. Ryoga smiled, got up, and then realized something. Ukyou, where's my room?" He grinned, somewhat embarrassed, and scratched the back of his head. Ukyou sighed, but smiled. He was cute when he's embarrassed. Shut up. "Come on, stupid, it's this way." She took him by the hand, which set off a deep crimson blush from Ryoga, which Ukyou somehow failed to notice, as she failed to notice all the other times before, and led him to the attic door. "Well, here's your room." "Ah, thanks." Before Ryoga could reach for the doorknob, Ukyou wrapped him in a hug. Double quote "Welcome back," she said quietly, then departed for her own room. Ryoga stood there, totally at a loss for words. His mind, such as it was, became blank. The nighttime sky over Nirima was peaceful and quiet. Akane and Ranma looked out to the skyline, in each other's arms. It was a beautiful end to a beautiful day. As the snow fell all around them, they turned to each other and kissed. They didn't notice the flares of purple light coming from the warehousey district. 4 o'clock a.m. He shook his head, trying to clear out the haze that seemed to be clouding it. It was dark. It was windy. It was cold. Those were the first 3 things that entered his mind. The 4th thing was that, obviously, he was lost. Something was wrong. How did he get there? What was going on? He touched a hand to his head. He absent-mindedly wondered when he put on gloves. As his fingers touched his face, they felt slick, wet, sticky. He raised his hand up to the pale moonlight and could barely see what it was, but the smell was unmistakable. Blood. He mumbled in shock. Blood. He looked at his other hand. It was also covered in blood. What the hell happened? He got up fast, looking around. He was at a warehouse. In front of it, actually. He unsteadily took a few steps forward and peeked into the warehouse. Blood was everywhere. The floor, the walls, the windows. The stench of it was everywhere. Then there were the bodies. For the most part, they were stabbed and bludgeoned. Who, he wondered, did this? Me. He looked down to his gloved and bloody hands. Then something caught his attention. It was an umbrella, a bamboo one, and it was drenched in blood. He took a few steps back, stunned. I don't remember. But looking around, there was only one thing to assume. He did it. He was a killer. In his mind he could remember every little detail. And why? Oh, of course, it was the favor that the Lord of the Shadows owed him. Naturally, he'd get compensated richly. He was just hoping to rest a while longer before he went to work. After all, he had just come back to town and was just getting ready to sleep, when suddenly this happened. But why didn't he remember? Thousands of miles away, the Lord of the Shadows stood in his chamber. He grinned. It was a job well done indeed, and nothing could tie him to the crime. What a fool little pulpit, that umbrella-wielding boy. He didn't even suspect what really happened. January 2nd, Morning News. This is Network 23 reporting to you at a crime scene where several Yakuza members were found dead this morning at a warehouse by the docks. The only clue police have at the moment is a bloody umbrella. Afternoon. So, what inspired this? Ukyou asked. I managed to get a little money from my travels. Just wanna splurge a bit. So, what movie do you wanna see? Ryoga said. The two of them stood outside a movie theater, examining the choices. If you don't mind, I did want to see that new romantic comedy that just came out. Ukyou asked. Damn. I guess the new Jackie Chan can wait, thought Ryoga. So, basically, you had no memory and wandered all over the world for a month. Yeah. You learned the strangest things that way. Did you know they serve beer at movie theaters in Amsterdam? Ukyou narrowed her eyes and looked at Ryoga. He was looking at the list of movies, so he unfortunately didn't notice. And they don't just dump it in paper cups. They actually give you a big glass mug. Surprised me. Hey, I told you that you shouldn't drink, said Ukyou, elbowing him. Yar. Stammered the surprised Ryoga. Yeah, but I ate amnesia. That's no excuse, Ukyou said, pouting. Ryoga shifted topics, noticing that this wasn't going quite right. You know what they call a quarter pounder with cheese in front? A quarter pounder? Ukyou flatly replied. Royale with cheese. Ha ha, very funny. I'm not kidding. Asterisk as Ukyou was watching the movie and having a sip of Mega Jolt Cola, she suddenly started to cough violently. Hey, you okay? Ryoga asked. He noticed her primarily because he wasn't looking at the screen. At the moment there were things going on that might cause severe blood loss on his part. Already, he was blushing a bit badly. Ukyou pointed a finger at the screen. Well, yeah, it's a bit shocking they do a love scene right there next to the river in broad daylight. I mean, they're totally not. Ukyou cleared her throat and lightly punched him on the arm. Not act stupid. Look behind them. Hey. He cautiously looked up and tried to ignore the psionity couplet on the screen. Oh. So that's what all those people were doing there. In the background, behind two rather passionate people, was a bandana-clad black piglet, dragging itself out of the river and trudging across the background of the scene. Asterisk 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 sunset Tatewaki Ukyou was on patrol once more, strolling down the streets with eyes booking by his side. It had been a long time indeed since he had seen Hi's pig-tailed girl, and he suspected the demise of the dread sorcerer Hibiki to be linked to this somehow. Ukyou thought it should have worked the other way, actually. With Hibiki dead, would the pig-tailed girl not be free once more and race into Hi's arms? Alas, that was not the case. In fact, during the only times he'd seen his beloved pig-tailed girl, she had reacted very violently to Hi's appearance. Without realizing it, Ukyou began soliloquizing. What holds back the love of my pig-tailed goddess? What dark forces are cast upon her heart? He closed his eyes, concentrating. Then he opened them and raised his voice in anger. The scoundrel Hibiki must have placed some enchantment upon her before his demise. Yes, that could be the source of her reluctance. Or perhaps he did not perish as my good servant Susuthag reported. If he is a mage equal to that rogue Shodonkama, then surely an exploding bridge would be nothing but an inconvenience. He seemed satisfied with that answer for a moment. Then his face darkened once more. But wait. There indeed lies one more possibility. Yes, one other dark scenario. Perhaps the original dark mage of Furinkan Kamashodom has reclaimed the pig-tailed girl as his mistress. I would not put such vile behavior beneath him. Then Ukyou stopped. He noticed something standing by the edge of Fuaderwai. Actually, it was floating. Alas, what manner of creature is this? Ukyou murmured. It was a person. It was perhaps 1 foot above the ground with its back turned away from him. It was wearing an overcoat and it had an umbrella in one of its hands. It was glowing with fiery swirls of purple, blue, and red around its figure like a cyclone. A demon. Ukyou gasped. He readied his book and to vanquish this dark visitor from Stygian depths. After all, was the banishment of evil not part of his duty? Return from whence you came, demon. Ukyou yelled, charging madly at the figure. It turned around too late. It seemed as if it was too tired to dodge the full Tatewaki Ukyou attack, complete with pre-strike warning yell. The skill of Tatewaki Ukyou did not fail him this night, for his book had found its mark and struck the mysterious demon in the very center of its chest. Suddenly, Ukyou was surrounded by the dark mysterious flames as well. He felt a surge of energy taking over his body and then he stumbled back. His foe also stumbled back, and dropped clumsily to the ground. For the first time, Kuma got a good look at the face of his enemy. He stared in disbelief. You. It cannot be. The glowing man got up to his feet, stared angrily at Ukyou, purple fire flaring from his eyes. Then he leaned forward and fell on his face. What? I cannot fly. I can't fly anymore. What the hell is Gon? Then he looked at Ukyou. Ukyou was surrounded by a light glow of dark purple and red. It swirled around his body and even around his bookin. You! The man yelled. What have you done? Silence, you demon. I now know you for what you really are. It was most clever to disguise yourself as a mere midge for so long. You must have abducted my pig-tailed goddess. Where is she? I demand an answer, vile wizard. As quick as lightning, the man grabbed Ukyou by his neck before he could dodge and concentrated, trying to regain what he had lost. Give me back my power, he yelled. The aura around Ukyou flickered for a moment but did not disappear. The man raised Ukyou high and threw him high across the skies of Tokyo. Damn you! The figure yelled. His aura flared violently for a moment, then he disappeared from sight. Ryoga. Hey, you ready yet? Where are you? Ukyou yelled. It seemed like Ryoga was lost again. Inside the restaurant. She sighed and turned around, bumping straight into Ryoga. She gasped and stepped back a bit. Don't scare me like that, she yelled. Come on, you ready to go? We're gonna be late. Where'd you disappear to anyways? Tried to find the front door. Didn't make it, Ryoga said nervously. Well, Ranma and Akane are waiting for us, Ukyou said impatiently. Oh. Wait, Ryoga said, frowning. What is it now? Asked Ukyou. Did you ever find out why? Ranma-chan. Oh. After you disappeared, I didn't see much point in asking. Maybe we should just use the phone to talk to them. Asked Ryoga. You can't run away from him every time he gets near you, you know, said Ukyou. That remark stunned Ryoga. I'm running away from Ranma Me? Run away? Never. Well, he did kiss me and... No. I do not run away from the enemies. Ryoga suddenly looked confident. Guess we'll confront him about it only. Take what he stood at his practice hall with his book at his side. He was smiling. The gods themselves have imparted upon me the means which will allow me to forever vanquish all dark forces in all of Japan. I am unstoppable, unbeatable. Foes shall tremble at my feet. Shadows shall shrink at me approach. The very heavens shall cheer on as eyes. Take what he could do, Blue. Ukyou paused, uncertain. Mumber, somehow that seems to be no longer appropriate. Ukyou examined himself and the strange aura that now surrounded him. Purple thunder? There is certainly plenty of that color swirling around me. Plenty of crimson and blue as well. Many a dark color indeed. He concentrated for a moment. Just the thing. I am now. The dark thunder of fury can I, yelled Ukyou, and as if on cue, thunder rumbled in the distance. His thoughts turned to other matters, like his enemies. So don't come, you fiend. And your dark ally Hibiki as well. Tremble, thou wretches, that hast within thee undivulged crimes, unwhipped of justice. The training hall was a wreck. Practice dummies were mutilated and shattered everywhere. There were gashes on the walls and floors. It would take Sasuke a month to repair, at least. ****. Hey! What? Tell me what's going on. Ranma demanded. He had walked into the main room just in time to see both girls glance at him and giggle a bit. Ukyou, Ucchan, and Ryoga were kneeling down at the table. I guess that explains everything, Ukyou said, smiling. Ryoga was grinning stupidly and rubbing the back of his head. They explained something to me. Ucchan? What I miss? Ranma asked. He hated missing a good joke. They told him about it. You idiot. You had him thinking I kissed you. Ranma yelled, grabbing Ryoga by the shirt. I said I was sorry, didn't I? Ryoga shot back. I ought ****. Ranma's tirade was interrupted by an elbow from Ucchan. Stop that now, she said. After they calmed down, Ryoga started asking some questions. So, where's my tombstone? You don't have one, Ranma flatly said. You've got an umbrella. An umbrella? Yeah, next to the bridge you destroyed, he answered. Oh. Hey, P-chan, Ranma said. Who's P-chan? Ryoga flatly replied. He smiled briefly and then grabbed Ranma by the shirt collar. You wanna settle this outside? Fine by me, you pig, Ranma said. They both grinned. It was too long since they fought each other. ****. Come on, you two. Ryoga just got back yesterday and now you're fighting again. Ucchan yelled. Ryoga and Ranma were poised on opposite sides of the pond, waiting for the other to make the first move. Ranma was deeply concerned about the situation. Ryoga, are you _sure you want to fight here? He asked, nervously glancing at Ucchan, then at the fish pond. As if you can beat me. Ryoga snorted. Your funeral, Ranma said, leaping across and aiming a foot at Ryoga's head. Maybe ours, Ryoga said, as he took the impact of the foot in the stomach and then grabbed Ranma in a bear hug. Then he jumped off the rock left parenthesis using the patented martial arts super jump trademark with Ranma still in his grip. Are you insane? Ranma yelled, pounding at Ryoga's head with his free arm. We're gonna land in the water. They started descending towards the water. Ryoga, what are you doing? Ukyou yelled. She'll kill us. Ranma yelled, glancing again at Ucchan. I don't care anymore. Ryoga flatly replied. No. Asterisk splash asterisk they landed in the pond with a big splash. Ucchan went to the water's edge. Ukyou was waiting for the moment when Ucchan would go ballistic when she found out her pet pig that she had brought to bed so many times was gone. In fact, Ryoga. More specifically, she was getting ready to grab Ryoga before Ucchan could kill him and run as fast as she could. Ucchan saw Ranma-chan's head surface, partially out of the water somewhat like an alligator's. Hey, Ranma, worse. She stopped. She noticed that Ranma-chan was wearing a bandana. Her hair was a darker shade of red too, almost black. Come to think of it, that girl didn't even look like Ranma. The headband, the facial features, and then those fangs. Are Ryoga? Ucchan asked. Ryoga-chan emerged from the pool, dragging a very wet Ranma-chan with her. Ryoga? What happened to you? Ucchan asked. Don't kill me. Ranma said, and covered her head with her hands. What are you talking about? Asked Ucchan. Ranma finally looked up to see who exactly had dragged him out of the pool. Her jaw dropped. Ryoga? Asterisk 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 after the boys turned girls dried off, they all went inside the tendo home and sat around the table. Kasumi entered and brought in some snacks. I thought you four might be a little hungry, she said. Kasumi glanced at the four girls. Internal stabilizers kicked in. Oh, Ryoga. Nice to see that you're not dead. Welcome back, she said sweetly, and went to the kitchen. The four looked on as she walked away. How'd she? Said Ukyou. Ryoga checked herself. Yup, still a girl. How did Kasumi know? He shrugged and wrote it off as uncanny intelligence and went back to the business at hand. Well, Ryoga began, glancing at Ucchan. I was just wandering around for a while when suddenly, asterisk 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 Ryoga scrambled through the bush. Where is it? Where is it? Dot 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 asterisk whack asterisk stupid grass. Asterisk whack asterisk stupid trees. I could swear it was around the asterisk splash asterisk the Jizenkai looked up from his recliner chair and put down his magazine. He reached over and turned off his CD player. He looked around. Someone there? Hello? Anyone? Ni hao? He could have sworn he heard something. He resumed his reclined position, looking over several of the glimmering accursed pools, looked sadly at the remaining devastation, and resumed reading his magazine. If he'd turned around, he would have seen a young, bandana-clad person falling off a cliff and directly into a spring. But alas, such is fate, and it wouldn't have made a difference anyways. Someone tapped the Jizenkai-guide's shoulder. He woke up. Goes first. Greetings and welcome to Jizen. And The reason for his sudden stop was because he finally saw what had lost had just woken him up. Look, it said. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, you fell into the spring of drowned orangutan. PWHHHHHHA. Ranma turned down his side, laughing. Cut it out, Ranma. Ryoga yelled. Anyways, that's when I got my memory back in full. The shock of turning into an orangutan brought everything back to me. Ryoga paused. He knew Ranma might get annoying again for this last part of the story. Besides, that's where the bad news was. Go on, said Ucchan. Well, asterisk 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 goes, sir. Let me boil hot water, yes? The guide anxiously said. Look. Ryoga said. Ryoga orangutan and the guide sat by a fire, watching the kettle boil. What you come here for? Is very dangerous place. The guide said. Hook top 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 hook top 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 ek. Ryoga said, getting frustrated at his limited vocal capabilities. Here, the guide said, offering a sign and some markers. Oh, okay. Ryoga said, nodding his head. Less than I single quote been here already greater than Ryoga wrote. Oh. Less than you almost cooked me greater than oh. So sorry. But I no remember cooking Abe. Less than never mind greater than what you come here for is very dangerous. Less than I single quote am here for the spring of drowned man greater than oh no. I am sorry, sir. Great mix-up in China bureaucracy. Very tragic story. He plunged out to the field of springs and Ryoga noticed a few of them seemed to be filled in and a few more slightly paved over. Eek. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, you mean, it's gone? Ranma said. Yeah, it's gone. Ryoga said. Both of them were looking down at the floor. How about the spring of the virtuous man? Ranma asked. Gone. Drowned warrior? Gone. Drowned pervert? When he gets wet, he'll be himself. Ucchan whispered to Ukyou. Gone. Drowned lawyer? Boy, he's desperate. Ukyou whispered to Ucchan. Gone. Is there any spring of any drowned male left? Asterisk 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 oh sir, terrible government accident. Take out every pool of that drowned man, chicken, or dog. Very strange accident in Chinese bureaucracy, yes. Eek. Ryoga said, walking sort of in circles and slapping his head. This was bad. Definitely bad. Being stuck as an orangutan for the rest of his life. Maybe sir does not like being orangutan. Less than damn right I done single quote T exclamation point greater than, maybe you like try another pool. Look. He replied. Oh okay. Ryoga said, slapping his head. He realized that he certainly didn't have to stay as an orangutan when flubber. After all, he had a whole selection of pools. The pair ventured in and walked around the pools. Ryoga jumped into several of them, with the guide giving an explanation. Asterisk splash asterisk squeak goes first. At spring of brown skunk. Tragic story of skunk that. No way. Asterisk splash asterisk SSSSSSS dot spring of brown snake. Asterisk splash asterisk meow dot brown cat. Might be fun around Ranma. None. Asterisk splash asterisk rolf. Panda that brown many year ago. Ryoga thought about it for a moment. Mr. Sodom seemed to do pretty well in panda form. It wasn't bad. If there was nothing to eat, he could chew on a tree for a while. Maybe. None. Asterisk splash asterisk easy brown mosquito. Asterisk splash asterisk glove brown fish. How did a fish get drowned in the water? Ryoga thought. Asterisk splash asterisk ark brown seal. Asterisk splash asterisk honk. Oh, said the guide with great emotion, his face a mask of sorrow. That is Ranma Akane. Spring of brown Nissan Pathfinder. Very tragic story of Pathfinder I just bought 2 weeks ago and crashed into the pond. Very tragic story. The guide wiped a tear from his eye and felt all the bad memories coming back. Asterisk asterisk, oh come on. Now you're joking. Ranma accused. Hey, it happened. Ryoga said. A guy turning into a car. Sounds like a bad cartoon plot. Actually, I think it might be fun, said Ukyou. We could have called you Turbo Team, Ryoga. Not really, he said. I'd just get lost faster. Pathfinder, huh? Said Ranma. Too bad it won't help with your sense of direction. Shut up, Ranma, muttered Ryoga. Well, what happened next? Asked Ukyou. After that, I tried all the other springs left and... How about the spring of brown twins? Ranma asked. He thought that becoming to separate boys wouldn't be as bad as turning into a girl. The guide said that it had weird effects on people already cursed. Damn, Ranma calmly said. Ucchan was wondering why Ranma was taking the news so well. Denial, maybe. She'd think the news of his cure being destroyed would have devastated him more. Anyways, I figured that I might as well stay human no matter what and went with the spring of brown girl. Just don't let Kunyu see ya, Ukyou said. Oh? Why's that? Wondered Ranma. He's ugly in either form. Now, me on the other hand. Oh, you say I'm not good looking? Unsexy? Definitely. HMPH. Sexier than you? Definitely, said Ryoga-chan. Oh yeah? Yeah. I don't think so. The 2 naturally inclined girls looked dumb. Idiots, both of them. Ukyou said, rolling her eyes up. Definitely, said Ucchan, nodding solemnly. Hey Kane, big-tailed girl. The 4 looked outside as they saw Kunyu running quickly to them. Ukyou, Ryoga-chan, and Ucchan looked annoyed. Ranma-chan readied herself for the solid boots to the face that she always inevitably gives Kuma when this sort of encounter happens. "Oh, but who is this?" Ukyou said, stopping in front of Ryoga. "Get lost, Ukyou," Ryoga-chan said. "Ah, another beauty graces the Tendu home. And she even knows of Minim. No doubt my legendary reputation has indeed traveled far and wide. Allow me to introduce myself." Ryoga realized he was still in shame mode. Too late. "I am indeed Takewaki Ukyou, mightiest of all kendo practitioners, dark thunder of Furinkanhai." Ryoga took a step back. Ukyou grabbed her hand and kissed it. Ryoga jerked her hand away from Hai's lips, grabbed him by the neck, and slammed him face first into the pavement. "And your name is?" Ukyou asked, his face still underscoring the pavement. "You jerk. I'm Ryoga H." Ryoga was suddenly stopped by Ranma covering her mouth. Ryoga pushed Ranma's hand off of her mouth. "What are you doing? You idiot!" "Hiskana," Ranma said, before being cut off by Ukyou. Ukyou stood up quickly. "What? You are claimed by that SORCHIDIKI? How dare he?" Ukyou's newly acquired aura flared around him, surprising everyone else. "I knew he might not be dead, and this tragedy solidifies my belief. I shall hunt him down and smite his darkness from Thi's world," he said dramatically, and whipped his book and dramatically. A string of dark aura flew from the book and impacted with a nearby tree. It was sliced in half. "I shall return victorious," Ukyou yelled, and bounded away. "Damn," Ryoga said. "Shoot," said Ranma. She was looking particularly agitated. "What's wrong with you?" Ucchan asked. "I forgot to ask him who looks better," she answered, then started laughing hysterically. "Ukyou, Ucchan," and Ryoga-chan booted her into the pond. Ranma-chan was still in the pond, soaking in the realization that the spring of brown boy was gone. Not just that, but the spring of any drowned male person had been destroyed in an incredible mistake in Chinese bureaucracy. She was still laughing hysterically. "Ranma, get out of there. You'll catch a cold," Ucchan said, standing at the doorway. "Leave him alone, Ucchan," Ryoga said. "It took me a while to get over the horror too. He'll get over it. Hey, one thing's still bothering me," Ukyou said quietly. "When we last saw you, it was raining. Do you understand?" She looked at Ukyou, who was fortunately still standing away looking at the soaking Ranma. "I was inconvenienced for a couple of days, until I had some good luck. I wandered into a public bath, fell in, and managed to steal some clothes. Still didn't remember anything at that point, but I knew by instinct that, he made sure Ucchan was still away. A cold rain would be disastrous for me, you know." "And then?" asked Ukyou. "Well, I wandered around again until a small bush snuck sprouted a head and limbs and snuck off." He's still alive. Tsubasa angrily thought. He is still alive! Exclamation point right curly bracket. Tsubasa was already laying out blueprints for the next disguise mech in Hai's head. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Some hours later, Ukyou had gotten a map and they had tracked down Ryoga's travels. To everyone's surprise, he'd managed to walk through Tokyo once before, and within 100 miles several other times. The only problem was that once he got near Tokyo he didn't stop and proceeded to badly overshoot past the city and turn back only after a long distance. Basically, Ryoga was traveling in figure-8 loops, with Tokyo as the center of the 8. Wow, I really did some walking, Ryoga said, as he examined the map. So that underscore was underscore you we saw before. Ucchan said. You saw me? Asked Ryoga. Me and Ranma, Ucchan said, pointing a fun at Ranma who was nodoing a full Nintendo whale trademark, in the pond. We're out one night when we saw a guy with a bandana hobbling around the corner. We thought it might have been you. What's the first thing you remembered anyways? Ukyou asked. I mean next to avoiding cold water, an island, Ryoga blushed. Well, he nervously fingered the compass necklace hanging around his neck. I was reminded of somebody when I was in America. I met her, Ukyou said, raising her eyebrow. Well, it's just a hair. I met this girl while I was wandering around, and the point is, said Ukyou, frowning. Well, I guess it was because of her long hair, or maybe because she cooked pancakes for me at one time, but you remembered Ukyou first? How sweet, said Ucchan. Well, Ryoga poked his fingers together and laughed nervously. Me, said the surprised Ukyou. Is this true? Well, she did look kinda like you. That's why, said Ryoga. You understand, right? Oh, yeah, perfectly, said Ukyou, who was smiling a bit. N parts 13 equals part XIV clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am stuck in the middle with you equals. The grill was sizzling, the sauce was steaming, and the okonomiyaki was fleeing through the air with marksman-like precision. It was a surprisingly busy night at Ucchan's. Ukyou was barely able to keep up with the orders, despite the hectic octagon. People zoomed in and zoomed out, faces were a blur, but at least they were paying. It would have been easier on her if Ryoga had been there, but he'd somehow gotten lost again and she didn't have the time to look for him. Finally, after several long and frantic hours, things settled down, leaving only 3 people in the restaurant. One was a boy with somewhat long hair and round-rimmed eyeglasses, dressed in loose jeans, a T-shirt, and with a guitar case next to him. The second was a young girl, maybe 12 years old, with long, flowing brown hair and a bubbly, happy sort of persona radiating from her. The third was a girl at about Ukyou's age, with short, tomboyish hair, wearing overalls, and idly twirling a yo-yo waiting for the other two to finish eating. This one looked slightly nervous. The 3 didn't look familiar to Ukyou at all. Go on, ask her, said the boy in glasses. The little girl nodded in agreement, urging the elder one on. "Excuse me, miss," said the girl, waving at Ukyou. "Yes, is there anything you need?" replied Ukyou, walking over. "Refill on the drinks? Something else to order?" "Actually, I was wondering, did you know a person named Ryoga Hibiki?" "Ryoga?" Ukyou blinked. What did this girl want with him? "Yeah, I do." "Why?" "Well, before he died." "Died? He's not dead." The girl's expression turned from nervousness to hope. "He's not? But we watched the fight. He just fell into the river and got lost for a while," said Ukyou. "He's okay. He's alive." "That's great." The girl stopped up and hugged Ukyou happily, then realized that might have been an awkward thing to do. "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just happy to hear the news." "Who are you?" asked Ukyou. "Friend of his." "Well, sort of. Although it's been a while since we met. I haven't introduced myself yet, Kaga. Sorry. I'm Ryoko. This is my younger brother Megan and sister Kyoko." The boy grunted a reply, otherwise entering the scene and munching on his okonomiyaki. The little girl cheerfully waved hello. "How do you know Ryoga?" wondered Ukyou. There was a nagging feeling that she had that she refused to identify as jealousy. "Well, it was a few years back. Unorthodox weaponry school of martial arts. The past." Ryoka walked idly through the various dojos and other buildings thought was the UWSMA, having nothing to do for the day, and she certainly didn't want to be near her older brother, and her other siblings were out on some sort of training trip with their sensei. Excuse me." Ryoko turned around to see a rather cute-looking boy, clad in a bandana, looking very lost. "Yes?" she asked. "Could you tell me where I could find?" He took out a piece of paper, double quote, "Sensei Miyagi." "Sensei Miyagi?" She looked at him more carefully. "The bandana, things, that certain lost look. You're Ryoga Hibiki, aren't you?" she guessed. Ryoga blinked. "Yes. Have we met?" he said, sounding a bit confused. Ryoko smiled. She was beginning to like this boy already. "You're the one that beat Rio, aren't you?" "Yeah, I guess," he said, shrugging. "You're kinda famous around here, you know," she said. "Among the students, Rio was unbeatable until you came along. You're kinda like a hero now." "I am. I didn't do much, really. Modest too. I like that in a guy," she said, winking at him. Amazingly, he missed seeing it. She sighed and took him by the arm. Double quote, "Come on, I'll show you the way." And after a while, I became his, what's the word? Navigator, showing him around whenever he'd get lost, said Ryoko with a sentimental smile. I hadn't seen him in a while, and was back in town to visit. "So you came all this way to visit him?" asked Ukyou. That single quote s. Nice. Well, that, and, er, Ryoko fidgeted nervously. Well, it's single quotes like this. Asterisk 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 Ryoko, clad in a GI, sat in the dojo with an elderly man in robes, with a flowing white beard accenting his face. And so I've come to you to ask what you can do, sensei, said she. The elder man sighed and stroked his beard. I did not approve of this in the first place, Ryo's assignment to defeat Hibiki. But some of the more pride-driven sensei insisted on it. I cannot call Ryo back. Ryoko sighed, frowning. Then I guess I'll just act and hope Ryoga stopped in fighting form. Well, said the old man, if you could somehow bring Ryoga back into the fold, it would appease the others. Bring him back. How? Oh, I don't know, he said, shrugging. Ask him nicely, beg him, get him to marry you perhaps. He gave a tired laugh, then sighed. Ryoko, on the other hand, had a sharp, calculating look. Did you say marry? HRM? Oh, yes, just a joke. But it would get him out of trouble, right? Asked Ryoko. Well, yes, but thank you, sensei, she said, springing to her feet. I won't let you out on. Wait a minute, wait. That's not what I, asterisk asterisk asterisk. And so my sensei sent me off, hoping to end the conflict peacefully, said Ryoko proudly. And marry Ryoga? Asked Ukyou, looking a little puzzled. Well, she replied, blushing with a smile, at two. Meanwhile, a pale, somewhat gaunt figure slipped into Ucchan silently. Ryoko seemed startled by his entrance while Ukyou smiled. Hey, Go-sankuji, welcome back, she said. Go-sankuji? Asked Ryoko as she stared at the votive practitioner. Double quote, I thought he was someone else. So, said Ukyou, how was vacation? It was nice, he said shyly. This, he felt, was the important moment. He was going to ask Ukyou for a date. It wasn't that he was particularly obsessed with her, not as much as he was with Ucchan, anyways, but he felt he had something to prove to himself. He could indeed be bold enough to ask a girl to a date. And it just happened to be that Ukyou seemed to be a nice person. Ukyou. I was wondering. Where on earth am I now? Everyone in the restaurant froze as those words were roared. Megami and Kyoko blinked, shrugged, then resumed eating. That sounded like Ryoga, said Ukyou, smiling. She headed for the front door, with Ryoko following. Ryoga? It can't be, mumbled Gozenkuji. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, where on earth am I now? Fujiwara Street. Let's see. Ryoga unfolded a map and began tracing his current location. Oh, I see. Then I go south, he said as he turned west. Then I turn west at the next light. He reached the next light and turned south. Miraculously, despite the wrong directions, he got to where he was headed anyways. Unfortunately, he didn't notice. Where is Ucchan's from here? he muttered, getting angry at himself for getting lost to begin with, while right behind him a large sign with lights reading UCCHANs flashed quietly. Damn it. IKGEDGINGLOST. He felt the anger surge in him, and tried to calm down again. If anything, he learned that losing control of his temper was a bad thing. He began to notice that there seemed to be a slight glow of eerie purple light slightly tainting the area. He heard behind him a door open, and turned around. Ukyou? Is that you? Ukyou stood there, in the doorway to Ucchan's, with a shocked expression on her face. Her hand was blonde. Ryoga couldn't tell a thing about him. What, he wondered, was bothering her? Ryoga, look out! Ryoga dodged to the left just as something glowing in unnatural purple zoomed into the pavement. Ryoga stood in a defensive position as the purple blaze of fire dimmed, revealing a sneering, lanky, pale figure in a black suit. Hello, Ryoga. The figure held out his hand and suddenly an ebony umbrella with a razor-sharp tip appeared in his hand. His eyes were alight with the otherworldly aura, and it seemed as if he was actually leaking energy. His hair was swept back, but spiked by the energy. He fixed his two empty burning eyes on Ryoga, and grinned. "Ryo!" yelled Ryoga. You were dead. I'm feeling better now, said Ryo. Time to die. Oh, Ryo. The Gosankuji look-alike from hell paused, his eyes narrowing. Suddenly, Ryoko ran forward and stood between the two. Don't you dare hurt him, she yelled, glaring at him defiantly. Ryoga stared at her, surprised at her actions. She seemed familiar to him somehow. Ryoko? Is that you? He asked. Not now, she hissed. I'm trying to save your life. Ryo leveled a gaze at her that would, in other circumstances, kill. For some reason, oh, he seemed to soften his glare slightly. And why do you defend him? I, she said slowly. Well, I'm in love with him. There was a moment of absolute silence. Ukyou and Ryoga were in shock. Gosankuji peeked through the doorway and was stunned into silence as well. Seeing a demonic version of himself was incredibly alarming to him. Ryo's expression was unreadable. Finally, Ryo spoke. You, he said flatly, looking at her. Ryoko nodded. And him, he said, glancing briefly at Ryoga. Ryoko nodded again. Ryoga, I'll kill you. He lunged forward quickly. Ryoko tried to stop him, but he tossed her aside with ease and began slashing wildly at Ryoga, who blocked with his own umbrella. Ryoga saw openings in Ryo's attack, now that he was attacking purely from anger, and readied himself to end the fight with a solid hit to the skull. Ryo stepped back a moment, then moved forward with a low slash. Ryoga saw his opening and let loose a hard punch, not holding back on his strength. Meanwhile, Ryo's slash revealed itself to be a feint, as his grip suddenly rotated so that the handle was now at the front, and it tricked towards Ryoga's face blazing with dark energy. Asterisk wham asterisk Ryoga went sailing through the sky and over a few blocks, while Ryoga was flung back into Ucchan's, breaking through the doors and stopping at the back wall. "Wow," said Ryoga. "Cross-counter punch." Ukyou looked at the damage done to her establishment and winced. "Must around. Look what they've done." Ryoga handed her a credit card. "Here. What's this?" "Ryo's credit card." "Ooh." Meanwhile, at the back of Ucchan's, Ryo shook his head, winced, and struggled to get up. It was at this point that he finally realized Helen had on somebody. He looked back at the crater he made in the wall and examined the curious other person that was in the hole. "What's this?" He reached down and grabbed the figure by the collar, looking him over like a lab specimen. "You must be Go-san-kuji." Go-san-kuji picked this most inopportune moment to regain consciousness, and his eyes opened to reveal the hellspun version of himself staring right at him. "Yah!" he screamed in sheer terror, loud enough to irritate Ryo, who promptly booted him through the ceiling and across town. "To think I look like him Ryo muttered. He suddenly felt very weary, the purple and red flames around him flickering away to nothingness. Over exertion, maybe, he muttered as he felt his own consciousness flicker and fade into black. "Well," said Ukyou, "what do we do with him now?" Ryoga put her hand on her chin and examined for a while. I know not got any ropes. Asterisk 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 now. Oh wow. Go-san-kuji groaned, pulling himself from the wreckage. That, whatever that was, could it be the thing that he had tried to summon before ? Had single quote he cancelled the summoning. He had to prepare himself. Things were going wrong. In times like that, he wished he really knew magic. It would have certainly come in handy a minute ago, wouldn't it? He began to hear a call, a whisper in his head. Then it was interrupted. "There you are, evil sorcerer!" Ukyou bellowed. Go-san-kuji turned a paler shade of white. Ukyou was charging at him, surrounded by a dark swirling aura. His bookend seemed to be engulfed with purple, red, and blue fire, and twice as long as usual. "I know the true nature of your existence, foul demon. I shall vanquish you now!" Ukyou yelled, slashing with his sword. A black ribbon of energy surged forth off of Ukyou's bookend and slammed into the wall next to Go-san-kuji. The wall shattered. "G-H!" screamed Go-san-kuji as he ran down the street faster than he ever ran before in his whole life. Asterisk 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 Ryo wasn't feeling well. In fact, he felt distinctly tired. Perhaps, he thought, he was tapping into his newfound power too much. He shook the sheet to clear the cobwebs, and that's when he finally noticed his dilemma. He was chained, tightly, to a chair. As Ryo's vision cleared, he saw he was in the establishment known as Ucchan's, with 4 familiar pupils hitting nearby. "Oh. _you_ people." Sitting at a nearby table was Ukyou, Ryoga, Nagain, and Kyoko. Ukyou watched him warily, while the other three gave him a nonchalant glance. "Hello, Ryo," said Ryoga casually. "Are you come yet? If you would, remove these chains. _now_. Oh no. Not yet. First, you come down." "I am come," he said in a monotone voice. "Now release me before it shall have to hurt you." "Next," said Ryoko, "you tell us where you've been." Without warning, Ryo surged forward, trying to break out of his bonds. Ukyou quickly slammed his head with her spatula, and all went dark. A minute later, his lights came back on. "You shouldn't have done that," said Ryoko. "Had to try," he replied with a shrug. "Now," said Ukyou, "how'd you survive that blast at the bridge? What happened to you? And what was with that strange aura?" Ryo examined. There didn't seem to be too much harm in telling them. Had thought of the possibilities, but no harm to be done at all. "We were at the bridge." My memory is hazy at this point. There are things I remember that aren't right. Ryoga turned into a pig. But that can't be right. Ukyou coughed violently for a brief second. "The bridge was collapsing," continued Ryo, "and then I was somewhere. It's all a blur. I wandered for weeks. I think I was in China. Then, one day, it all changed." The recent past. Ryo angrily stomped through the thick foliage of the jungle, limping and looking very much on the edge of madness. "Damn this green stuff." He swore he'd join the Pave the Earth Foundation if he ever got out of there. And if he'd ever get his memory straight. He was getting hurt. A lot, because of some of the hazards that the plants sometimes offered up. He almost fell off of a cliff once. Then there were the unexpected nuisances. He was stomping around minding his own business when a group of gay lunatics pop out of the bush and start yelling at him about getting in the way of their cameras and the pandas. A film about pandas. How mundane. He muttered a silent curse against all Gaians as he stomped through the wilderness. He swatted some tall grass with the red umbrella. He picked it up in China, angrily, and stomped onward. Suddenly, he felt a chill and turned it around. A large figure, clad in a black military outfit and matching cape, stood there. No, that wasn't quite right. The dark figure hovered there. He also was surrounded by a fiery energy that pulsed blue, purple, and deep red. "You," the dark man rumbled, "have great potential. I extend to you an invite to join my ranks. Why should I? Join me, and I will give you wealth, prestige, and show you true power. The dark powers of the soul. Psycho power." Ryo sneered. "It's nothing I've heard of." "Oh?" The dark man began to flare. He grinned evilly. "But then, in your current state, you've heard of very little. Isn't that true?" He had to admit, that was true. The Shadlu Lord considered the boy before him carefully. "Perhaps I am being too generous. But I shall aid you. I sense a kindred spirit in you. It pleases me to see such a thing. What kind of aid do you offer? Ryo couldn't help but look into Hai's eyes. They were so hypnotic. Come closer, and I will show you. The Shampoo Lord's armored hands began to glow with an unnatural purple, red, and black flame. The boy felt compelled to step forward, despite the fear he felt. He moved as if pulled by puppet strings. The military man reached forward quick as lightning and grabbed him by the skull. Dark flames flared around them. Two voices were heard in the deep of the jungle, the bellowing laughter of the Lord of the Shampoo, and the agonizing screams of Ranma Akane. After a few seconds of agonizing contact, Ryo's head was released. His mocking body fell to the ground and his mind was on fire with memories unfold, surging back all at once. This was hurting far worse than he expected. As Ryo writhed on the ground in pain, he could have sworn he heard Songyeon say, "Oops. Did you just say? Oops?" He muttered weakly. The crime lord didn't dignify that question with an answer. Instead, he gave a typical Ukyou speech. "I give you a taste of true power, and your memories restored. You leave the rest to you, although I know you will not disappoint me. Asterisk, 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 and here I am today." Simple, yes? Ukyou looked at him as if he was insane. And since then, I've been busy. A little walk by the harbor, a stroll down the street. Just getting ready. Ryoga regarded him warily. "What do you mean by that? Considering I was a bit messy, you just might find out later," he muttered. Ryoga continued to eye him with much distrust. Megane and Kyoko were looking over the desserts menu. There was something wrong with this scene, thought Ryo. "How, may I ask, are you paying for this dinner?" he asked. Ryoga quickly put his credit card in her back pocket. "Unfortunately," he nodded. "And how of my money have you used?" he asked, eyes narrowed. That decidedly unnatural dark aura was slowly beginning to return to him. "Hey, we thought you were dead," protested Ryoga. "You stole from him?" wondered Ukyou quietly. Much question mark underscore, said Ryo with a strain in his voice. That disturbing aura got a shade brighter. Well, we did think you were dead," she said nervously. Ryo frowned. "All of it." Ryoga slowly nodded. Kyoko ordered a milkshake. Megane ordered a pina colada. Ukyou finished her tally of the damage to Ucchan's, and sent the estimate, complete with Ryo's credit card number. And, let's see. What else? Oh yes. You're in love with Ryoga_. Once more, he was a light in purple and ebony flames, and his eyes were obscured by demonic light. "Ryo, calm down," said Ryoga nervously. "I almost forgot about Ryoga." With a blinding flash of light, he vanished, leaving empty chains in the chair. "Oh," muttered Ryoga. And, "Ryoga, I want my wallet back later," said the disembodied voice of Ranma Akane. "I die," Ucchan, yelled Kyoko. Hey, how do you know Ryo anyways? Ukyou asked Ryoko. He's, uh, he's my... Well, he's my brother. Ukyou was surprised. There wasn't any family resemblance. Was he adopted? She wondered. We wonder that a lot ourselves. Asterisk in his room. Ukyou opened a long untouched book. For some reason, the call was stronger than ever. It demanded to be opened, and Ukyou couldn't ignore it. He flung the book open and it shot forth a bright blue light, engulfing him. One moment, he was in his room. The next, he was nowhere. Welcome, HIKARUGOSUNKUGI. The women of the apartment screamed in terror. They were running through the halls, screaming, looking for deadly weaponry, and looking very angry. What's the matter, ladies? Aren't you glad I'm back? Wee! Takozai gleefully said. He darted past a barrage of kitchen knives, dove under a wall of women armed with baseball bats, and crashed out a window. See you pretty ladies later, okay? Ha 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 ha. What a haul! What a... Suddenly, Takozai stopped. Wait. I sense something. He is B-ACK*. Unfortunately, he stopped long enough for an angry mob of women to catch up to him. Some days later, a cruise ship sailed into the harbors of Tokyo. Crowds surged on feet because of the boat to have a look at the city's bright lights. One particular girl looked out at the city with hope in her eyes. Manami Hinako looked out, across the waters, across the towers, across the miles of streets, looking for her first true love. It seemed destined that they be together again. Manami was already happily astonished when her father told her that they'd have to move back to Tokyo because the company had changed its mind. She felt lightheaded at the now very realistic possibility of their reunion. Manami looked down at the photograph of the bandana-clad boy which she kept in her locket and whispered, "Where are you now?" Gosunkyoji sat in his room, in a blank state of mind. Ever since he came back from nowhere, he hadn't budged an inch. Candles were again tied up on his forehead, but unlooked. At the moment, Gosunkyoji was speechless. Being told that you're supposed to be the next great sorcerer tends to have that effect. It all seemed to make sense somehow, all the reasons why his magic so far has been woefully unsuccessful. He just wasn't doing it right. Almost right, but not exactly right. He chanted silently in his head and gestured with his arms. The candles on his forehead lit up, but not with flame. Instead, a light, no warmth coming from it, was attached to each end of the candle, glowing blue. Well, that was the simple stuff. Easy. He could never have done that in the past. He looked at a doll and remembered all his past failures, and smiled at how stupid he was. Then he looked at the stack of self-help books and frowned. He'd resorted to those silly things when he thought magic had totally failed him. Now he knew better. With a dramatic swing of his arm he gestured towards the books. He gestured again. Nothing. He took a deep breath, looked at the books carefully, and then slowly waved his arm in their direction. The books disappeared in a puff of smoke. Gosankuji smiled. He had been given the ability to better comprehend the technicalities of magic. Maybe he couldn't yet do great feats of wonder, but he was more powerful now than he'd ever been. Asterisk left parenthesis of course, before he was about as powerful as a feather. Life seemed, to him, to be taking a magnificently great turn for the better. If those bullies ever even tried to mess with them again, they'd be hell to pay. In fact, why not get a little revenge? Sounds like a good idea, doesn't it? And Ucchan. That's over. But what about Ukyou? Gosankuji slowly formed a possible love spell, but then dismissed it. Maybe he was desperate and dateless, but he didn't want an artificial substitute. He was determined to do this the right way. He'd win her heart, he'd charm her socks off, he'd be suave. Then he frowned. He'd have to get rid of Ryoga. And that rampaging demon too. For a few minutes, Gosankuji looked through the book, picking, choosing, and memorizing what spells looked particularly helpful against anything that might have come straight from hell. Exorcism, holy touch, protection spells against all sorts of danger, including evil, demons, and magic, healing spells, and other interesting items. Out of habit, he brought along his mallet, spike, and voodoo doll, as well as a few Shinto words. And for Ryoga, he had a few different spells in mind, mostly of a destructive nature. Gosankuji started humming a happy tune and strolled out the door. Breakfast with the Mahashins. Toast, milk, cereal, newspapers, and of course the television. Today was the last day that they'd be in the hotel suite, after which they'd have to start looking for a place. And Mishima stock rose today 6 points on the Nikkei exchange. Pass the egos please, said Kyoko cheerfully. Megane grumbled, groped around for the plate of egos, and placed them in the general area where his younger sister sat. He wasn't a morning person. He detested the mornings, and felt that, contrary to popular belief, mankind wasn't meant to see the sun rise. Another scandal hits the ruling party of... Need more coffee, Megs? Asked Ryoko. She, like her sister, and unlike her brother, was a morning person. Megs grumbled in response and groped around for the coffee pot. Gruesome discovery, as a warehouse full of slain Yakuza was found by the harbor this morning. Newspaper, Megs managed to grumble. Kyoko handed it to him, then resumed plowing into her waffles. Hey, he mumbled, we're sports section. Only evidence found, an umbrella, which seems to have been the murder weapon. Ryoko blinked. Megane lowered his paper briefly, a puzzled look on his face. Kyoko finished her waffle. Want more? Ryoga handed her the rest of the waffles, then stared at the screen with a worried expression on her face. Her brother's words were echoing in her mind. A walk by the harbor. Just getting ready. Considering I was a bit messy, you just might find out later. She looked, worried, towards Megan, who also had a somewhat concerned expression. You don't think, she said, that our bro's gone over to Deep End? Megs looked as puzzled as she did. HRM. By the harbor. Really messy. She muttered. I mean, he. No. No way, said Megs. He's never killed before. Ukyou keeps on talking like he will. He never has. You told me yourself. I coulda killed Ryoga a couple of years back. I guess you're right. Of course I'm right. He ain't the killer, and he never will be, said Megan with increasing confidence. Might break a few bones, but not a killer. Well, he really doesn't like Ryoga, she said nervously. And then there's that umbrella. He. Megan laughed nervously for a moment. Maybe he got brainwashed while he had amnesia by some vast criminal organization and is now an unsuspecting pawn involved in a greater scheme, all the while ignorant of the dark schemes revolving around him. Ryoga stared at him. Then again, he said, maybe not. Been reading too much of that science fiction stuff again, Megs. Hey, just speculating. But trust me, he don't have the guts to be a murderer. Hope you're right, she said quietly. Hope you're right. Asterisk 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 a girl and her rather asterisk vicious looking pig walked down the streets of Nirima. She sat down, looking sad. I don't know, she said to the pig, double quote, I don't think I'll ever find a worthy husband. Grandfather would have been disappointed. The pig snorted. Asterisk left parenthesis, it was as tall as an average basketball player and it had big, menacing blank eyes. It also weighed almost as much as a small car. We've been traveling for such a long time. It's amazing how many people can't beat you, Katsunigiri. You're a strong one, aren't you? She said, scratching behind one of the pig's ears. It squealed proudly. I really was hoping that Shotaro Mendo would be the one. It would have been nice to be rich. I wanted to stop wandering around so much. The pig grunted and glared at her. I know, Katsunigiri. I shouldn't give up. The pig squealed. I'll find the man of my dreams if it's the last thing I do, she said, standing up and yelling at the sky. She sat down on the sidewalk. But where on earth is he, anyways? Somebody bumped into her, knocking her over. Ow! She yelled, falling down. The pig snorted in a rather hostile manner at a bandana-clad figure. Oh, sorry, he said, reaching out to help her up. Really, I am. He's cute, she thought. Yar. Interesting pig you've got there, he awkwardly said. The pig glared at him in a very unfriendly fashion. He's a sumo pig, she said proudly. Hi, My name's Akurai Akurai and Ryu. Sorry I got in your way. Oh, not at all. I just wasn't looking at where I was going. My name's Ryoga Hibiki, he said. If you'll excuse me, I've got to get back home soon. Do you live in this city? Akurai asked. Yeah, I'm working at Ucchan's restaurant. Drop in sometime. Ryoga said, smiling, and wandered away. Akurai looked at him with an appraising eye. He's so handsome. She squealed. So, what do you think? She asked her pig. The pig grunted. Well, one way to find out. Let's go, she said, and the pig charged. Ukyou stood at the doorway of her restaurant, watching the sunset. She thought about the events of the past several days, and about how she reacted to them. They were rather hectic days, really. Just when things were settling down to an eerie sort of normality, it got weird again. Maybe it was weird, but it felt like the _right_ kind of weirdness to her. She closed her eyes, and a boy's smile came to mind. It wasn't Ranma_S. Ukyou adjusted the yellow and black bandana that held her hair back. She looked out into the streets, searching for a bandana-clad figure, and sighed. I hope that idiot didn't leave Japan, she said affectionately. And so Ryoga wandered through the streets, feeling pretty good in general. Admittedly, picking up several love interests and finding out that your worst enemies seemed to have gotten a major power boost was not good. That wasn't important at the moment. It felt pretty damn good to be here in this city, this district, this little corner of the world. It was a nice feeling, right here right now. A girl's smile came to form in his mind. It was an Ucchan's. Ryoga's milled, and it seemed that somewhere in the universe there was snap if a loop was being closed or a boulder started to roll again after being held back by a small twig. He hummed a little tune he heard once when he passing through America. He didn't notice the sumo pig charging at him a block away. He didn't notice a young girl named Manami behind a window of a restaurant holding a locket which held a picture of her first love. She stared at Ryoga as he passed by, in shock as she realizes that the boy who just walked by matched the photo perfectly. He didn't notice Ukyou glowing with dark key energy charging with them with a frighteningly fiery bouquet. He didn't notice Kodachi with her bouquet of toxic flowers and fiery obsession in her eyes. He didn't notice Kodachi perched high atop a building nearby, candles once again tied to his head, but this time burning a supernatural blue. He was aiming a rather nasty curse at Ryoga. He didn't notice Ryoga struggling to run at him, being held back by Megane and Kyoko. Ryo didn't notice Hako's charging at him from behind. He didn't notice Ryoga bounding towards him and calling his name. He didn't notice Ranma rocketing across the skyline in yet another Ucchan-induced cross-town flight. He didn't hear Ranma either, as he yelled double quote Ryoga. He didn't notice the trash can that suddenly sprouted robotic arms, spidery legs, several interesting bits of weaponry, and it had a maniacal transvestite at the helm. Ryoga went on, still happily humming and occasionally singing a song. D-A-D-A-D-A, D-A-D-A hyphen D-A dop 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 da-da-dum 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 dop. He might have been happy, but he was not musically inclined. Fortunately, nobody heard him display this astounding lack of talent. He dug into his shirt and pulled out a little compass necklace. He looked at it and smiled. "Guess I'd better find my way back," he said, and started walking again, hopefully in the right direction. After all, he had to get back home. Asterisk 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 left square bracket keep sound of Ryoga humming right square bracket left square bracket fade out from scene right square bracket left square bracket roll credits right square bracket left square bracket start credits sequence right square bracket left square bracket Ryoga single quotes humming tune merges with a song that begins playing. Getting louder as it begins, and soon the humming is replaced by dop 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 right square bracket double quote I single quote and gonna be 500 miles by the Proclaimers from Sunshine on Leaf when I wake up scene from part I were. Ryoga gets I know I'm gonna be awakened rather violently when Ukyou and gonna be the man hits him with the spatula dot right square bracket who wakes up next to Ukyou and I go out scene of Ryoga and Ukyou in the movie I know I'm gonna be theater, sitting in the theater and in gonna be the man enjoying the movie dot right square bracket who goes along with you equals many thanks to Ryoma Takahashi equals if I get drunk flashback of Ryoga entering Ucchan size I know I'm gonna be while somewhat drunk. Then he gets seen gonna be the man dragged away quickly by Ukyou dot right square bracket who gets drunk next to you equals dot 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 the FNFIC mailing list equals and if I ever show flashback of Ryoga and Ukyou I know I'm gonna be in the woods talking while Ryoga I'm gonna be the man practices with his umbrella dot right square bracket who single quotes haggering to you equals dot 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 the RNMA mailing list equals but I would walk 500 miles so flashback clip of Ryoga's true and I would walk 500 more around the world, Paris, Seattle, etc. right square bracket just to be the man who walked 1,000 miles to fall down at your door equals dot 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 my bosses who never bugged me while I was writing this instead of working. Equals when I'm working so flashback clips of Ryoga working this I know I'm gonna be tables, cleaning dishes, lifting heavy I'm gonna be the man equipment, etc. Ucchan single quotes dot right square bracket who single quotes working hard for you and when the money comes in for the work I'll do he'll pass almost every penny on to you equals and finally Coca-Cola equals when I come home Ryoga walks down the street using Ukyou style I know I'm gonna be compass to guide him. He's smiling a bit I single quote and gonna be the man who from far behind a massive war party comes back home to you including Rio, Ukyou, Kodachi, Mega-Sabase comma undefined gold Ryoga, Sumo Pig, etc. are charging up. Well, I know I'm gonna be Ryoga and catching up to him. Ryoga doesn't single quote T single quote and gonna be the man notice dot right square bracket who single quote S growing old with now and I'm lonely so Ukyou standing at the restaurant doors. I know I'm gonna be fiddling with the bandana that ties her hair and gonna be up. Camera shifts to over her shoulder viewed out the man whose lonely Ryoga appears. Walking from around the corner comma without you smiling and waving dot right square bracket when I'm dreaming Ukyou smiles. Then the rest of the worries I know I'm gonna dream party become visible. She frowns dream about the time and retreats into the store. Closing when I'm with you the door quickly dot right square bracket left square bracket fade out as the camera does a close-up of Ryoga's hand reaching forth a door. There's 1 second of black and silence. There's 1 second of black and silence and then loud violent fighting noises trademark erupt. End with Ryoga screaming. Equals a new beginning equals the more things change epilogue all together now equals the sun rose slowly, filtering through the windows. Within the bright white room, several people awaken to the new day. Doctor. Doc. Painkillers. I need painkillers. Ow. It hurts. Get this cast off. I've got an itch. Where's the pills? A nurse quickly entered the room, looking angrily at the people. Now listen up. You're disturbing the patients in the other room. Just wait a minute and the doctor will be here soon. She cast an angry glare at the many figures, all trapped in their hospital beds due to one injury or another. They all were sporting casts in various body locations, and in some cases were in entire body casts. They had been in the hospital for 2 days now, with some not regaining consciousness until just yesterday night. Now, with all of them awake, the hospital staff was experiencing a nightmare. She shook her head in disbelief. The Nirima district always brought patients in, but the circumstances under which these people ended up were stupidly amazing. One figure in particular, restricted by a full body cast, groaned and woke up. He began to talk. Ye gods! What pain is this that howls the mighty blue thunder? Oh no, he's awake. Someone muttered. It feels as if I had thought through the very depths of hell itself. What fiend has inflicted such pain upon my personage? Take what he could shall have retribution. Shut up. The person next to him yelled. Brother dear, I think it would help a lot if you'd just not interrupt the soliloquies of the great and mighty Ukyou. Shut up. Everyone in the room yelled. Asterisk, are you alright? PWE. Oh. Poor Katsunishiki. Does it still hurt? _B_, I didn't get a clear view of the fight. Who'd you lose to? Snort oh, come on. You lost to somebody. You were knocked out when I ran to you. Oh, I guess I'll have to talk to somebody that saw the whole fight. Hikari and Ryu sighed. So close to finding love, yet so far away. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. So, Doc, asked Ukyou, how are the guys doing? Well, they've all suffered several degrees of burns, fractured bonies from the force of the explosions, and multiple bruises. So when will Ranma be able to leave the hospital? Asked Akane. Ranma? Ucchan, said the doctor, flipping through his files. So don't come, right? He's recovering fast, really. Ought to be out in 3 weeks or more. And how about Hibiki? Asked Ukyou. Hibiki. Ucchan. Ah, here it is. 3 weeks also, maybe a few days less than that. Amazing, since he was in the middle of the whole mess. Akane and Ukyou thanked the doctor, left his office, and decided to make a little visit. Asterisk 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 equals on solo our psycho power and its various side effects equals soul power, or in its more notorious form, psycho power, is a legendary ability amongst martial artist circles. There is only one known practitioner of it today, the leader of the controversial Shampoo organization. From ancient tomes of lore, it is said that the technique taps into the very energy of a person's soul. In times of strong emotion, the power will surge forth in an aura reflecting the nature of the person. It is said that this power is inherent in all, and merely requires an opening of consciousness for the energy to flow. It is this energy that is channeled into various attacks, including the now infamous Psycho Crusher technique. Blows inflicted by soul power are said to be surprisingly powerful, accompanied by a cold burn of sorts. Soul power also can be used as a healing technique. Just as antibodies develop resistance to certain bacteria, it is said that legendary practitioners of soul power, in the past, had become immune to extremely cold, heat, and in some cases, even heat projectiles. From the Martial Artist Almanac, 1987, asterisk 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 Ukyou, Ryo muttered, staring directly at the person in the bed across from him. Well look, I said I was sorry, didn't I? Whined Gosankuzi. I'll kill you. I'll, asterisk clang asterisk, leave him alone. Ukyou yelled as she walked past Ryo's bedside. Ryo narrowed his eyes and glared at Ukyou as she passed by. He was in an entirely rotten mood, ever since he was suddenly stripped of his newfound powers by the idiot Midge. She went over to Gosankuzi, who was at the moment cringing away from his psychotic twin nearby. Hey, Gosankuzi, how's things? Oh, could be better. I wish they gave us more painkillers. Hurts a lot, does it? She asked, brushing his hair back with her hand. Yup. Gosankuzi blushed. He wasn't used to women brushing his hair back, or even touching him at all. What do you do to get Ryo over there so mad? She asked, pointing at the person across from Gosankuzi. Well, well, it's an embarrassing kind of thing. Come on, tell me, said Ukyou. Well, I thought he was a spirit that was imitating me and going nuts attacking people, so I tried some spells like purification, blessing, exorcisms, and banishment of evil type spells. And, well, with everything happening, I kinda panicked, and lost track of what spells do what. And, well, apparently I took away that guy's powers. Ukyou looked over to Ryo. Gosankuji was right. Ryo, who several days ago was almost always surrounded by a dark purple, blue, and blackish aura and had eyes that always glowed with those colors, now was normal. His aura was gone. His eyes were non-glowing. Even his hair was not quite as spiky as it was before. Not only that, but Ukyou too. Ukyou? Ukyou asked. What about Ukyou? Oh. He was glowing like the other guy was. Ukyou shivered. A super-powered Ukyou was not what the world needed. And I think I put Appaozai into a coma. Don't worry, they deserved it. Who is that guy anyways? Asked Gosankuji. Him? He's an old rival of Ryoga's. Typical for our neighborhood, I guess. Who's those others? I've never seen them before. Ryo's brother and sisters. Compared to him, they seem nicer. One of them's been looking at Ryoga like she's in love with him. Ukyou tensed up. Hey, you alright? Absolutely. Nothing wrong at all. If you say so. Well, I've got to go see how the others are doing. Hope you get better soon. See ya. She patted Gosankuji on the head and walked off. Asterisk. Meanwhile. Hey, Ranma, are you alright? Asked Ucchan. She bent down and kissed Ranma on the forehead. This, is your fault. Hey, you're the one with a big mouth. Ucchan angrily replied. If I wanted criticism, I'd talk to the rest of the people in this room. It's bad enough I'm stuck with them. You only have yourself to blame. Well, I have you. Ucchan smiled a bit. To blame. OW. Ucchan removed her fist from his face. Shut up. Look, your latent violent tomboy tendencies aren't exactly helping my situation, You want me to be stuck in here for a month? Maybe if you bring that dinner in here, I'll be stuck in the hospital for 12 months. Geez. Ucchan turned a dark shade of red. So, that's the way you're gonna become a... Hey, wait a minute. Fine. I'm leaving. Ucchan yelled, and stomped out of the room. Dogsies, said Ranma. Ucchan, wait. Ranma grabbed his crutches and racked as best as he could to the door. Ucchan, wait up. Sodom, said Ryoga, you just don't know when to shut up. Sodom, you fiend. How dare you slander against the noble Akane? Well, there they go again, sighed Ukyou. Hey, Ryoga, how are you two? Ukyou said, walking up to him. I'm doing okay. Well, it looks like you won't be lonely around here, at least. Ukyou said, gesturing to the contingent of Kodachi, Tatewaki, Tsubasa, Ryoko, Kyoko, Megane, and goes Sankuzi. Ask him to get us different rooms, will ya? Asked Ryoga. Sorry, the place is crowded. You're stuck together. Ryoga groaned. Hey, how'd Ranchan end up with this bunch? I heard Ucchan booted him through the dojo roof, and he just happened to land in the area, said Ryoga. I gotta head back to the restaurant. Anything you want next time I visit? Food, please, said Ryoga. I can't stand this hospital food. Ukyou smiled. Alright, see you later, she said, mussing his hair a bit before leaving. As she closed the door behind her, Ukyou turned and nearly ran into Ranma and Akane. He was propped up against the wall, and the two of them were kissing rather passionately. As she stood there and watched, she felt a little jealously, but seemed to accept that this was the way things were going to be from now on. She didn't have to like it, but she wasn't fighting it as much as before. Ukyou blushed, realizing that she'd been staring at the two for a while, then smirked. Geez, you two, get a room. Akane and Ranma separated suddenly, both looking very embarrassed. We were, said Ranma. Well, said Akane. Yeah, see you later, you two crazy kids, said Ukyou as they locked off, snickering. Asterisk, this is your fault, Nagane flatly stated. I'm not in the mood for this. Don't even start, said Ryo. You just had to chase after Hibiki. May I ask what you were doing there? Said Ryo. Ryoko, this is all your fault. Hey! Asterisk outside of the crowded room, several nurses were talking. So, what happened to these guys? It was Kingdom idled. I heard it had something to do with some martial artists. Isn't it always? Someone added in, a mech, a gas main, a pervert apple's eyes, some bombs, a cargo truck full of gasoline, and a power line. You're kidding. That's what I heard. Say, what happened to Apple's eye anyways? He's not with this bunch. Asterisk Ryo Mahashin blinked, looking at the piece of mail he held in his hand. He'd received some mail, much to his surprise, from the unorthodox Weaponry School of Martial Arts. That in itself was rather surprising to him. Either his travels were becoming famed, he guessed, or they were spying on him. That, however, wasn't the disturbing bit. The disturbing bit was what was in the letter. Notice, the Unorthodox Weaponry School of Martial Arts is, as of January 2nd, no longer an official organization. This is due to problems in the clerical and financial segment of the UWSMA. Therefore, any sanctioned duties or contracts, protection services, target assignments, or otherwise, between the UWSMA and other parties are now dissolved and no longer officially supported by the UWSMA HIRO Ucchan UWSMA Legal Department. In hindsight, perhaps it shouldn't have been a surprise. Quite a few within the UWSMA frowned upon the new objective of growing bigger, faster, and gaining recognition in the world. The Shaolin monks never did that sort of thing, Why should they? The fact that they hired an outsider, and a lawyer/accountant to boot, to oversee the financial matters and public relations wasn't comforting to quite a few either. It was an attempt to move the unorthodox weaponry school of martial arts into the modern era, and it backfired. Such is life. For Ryo, this event brought mixed emotions. The UWSMA had been much like a home to him. It was where he learned all his lessons on life, and had achieved great personal success. On the other hand, the very nuisance were beginning to be a nuisance to him. Be damned what they say it should be. He always did what he wanted to do. Essentially, it lost freedom at a price. Ryoga was slightly more sad. She tended to grow attached to places, and the UWSMA was very much her home. Granted, she didn't have many friends amongst them, but it was her comfortable niche in the world. Akane merely shrugged. Kyoko pouted for a while, but recovered as soon as someone handed her the newspaper comic strips. Somewhere, deep underground, a small platoon of men in white medical coats marched, surrounding a medical bed on wheels. The bed contained a small figure, encased in a metal body cast. They wheeled into an elevator, where it went even further underground. They exited the elevator and went through a security barrier in a long hallway. They walked through a contingent of Shinto priests who were setting up all sorts of holy symbols and items. They went through a foot-thick metal door and entered a room full of monitoring equipment, key dampeners, and security devices. A man with glasses and graying hair looked down at the intrepid figure. This time, Capo's eyes, "You're not getting away." Despite their newfound love, Akane and Ranma still had a habit of fighting. They'd come to accept it as a part of their life, a sort of quirk. But unfortunately, it was incredibly annoying to everyone else, especially several weeks later, when, "Look, that's not what I meant," protested Ranma. "So what exactly do you mean?" Akane yelled. "Will you to stop?" asked Ryoga. "Nurse!" yelled Ryo. "Will you just listen to me just once, you stupid tomboy?" yelled Ranma. "Why should I, you insensitive jerk?" countered Akane. "Damn it, I can't get any sleep," muttered Akane. "Leave my darling Ranma alone," yelled Kodachi. "You macho chick. Pervert. I'm warning you, Sodom. Stop insulting her," yelled Ryoga. "Hold the foul Sanjay, fiend," cursed Kuno. "Make the bad people go away," whimpered Ryoko. "Smite him, my love," yelled Kuno. "Jerk," yelled Akane. "Idiot," Ranma shot back. Akane hit Ranma on the head, although he could tell she held back a beat on the force of the blow. Anyone that knew their relationship well would see this as a sign of progress. These weren't those people. "And it begins," muttered Ryo, pulling a pillow over his head. "Please don't do this here, you guys," whined Gosankuji. "I can tend to die." Kodachi would have lashed out with her whip, but being in a hospital put a strain on her resources. She had to make do with what was available. "Put that toilet paper down!" Ryoga yelled. "You dare threaten a member of the Ukyou lineage? I shall smite the exclamation point double quote Ukyou yelled. He looked around for his trusty bookin, but only found a broomstick. "Oh number," muttered Kodachi. He covered his head with the pillows. If anything, this last experience reaffirmed what he suspected he should do: quit trying to date anyone in Miramar at all. They were either too violent or attached to someone too violent. As the two young people violently in love continued bickering, they finally noticed the chaos erupting around them, with Kuno, Kodachi, Ryoga, and the others scrambling to and fro while attacks flew about. "What's their problem?" wondered Ucchan. Ranma shrugged. "You wanna go somewhere quiet? These guys..." The doctor sat in his office looking thoroughly worn out. He wasn't sure how much more he'd be able to put up with a certain group of patients. He would have loved to separate them, but the hospital was suffering from overcrowding at the moment. The bickering seemed to have stopped amongst them, but the damage in terms of sheer irritation they caused the staff with their constant whining, bickering, and minor skirmishes was bad already. It was 2 weeks. 2 long weeks until any of them would be ready to leave the hospital. "Doctor," a nurse said, popping her head into his doorway, "it's them again. They're wrecking the room and making more demands. I think some of them made their injuries worse." The walls shook for a moment. He heard an explosion in the distance. The doctor reached for his own medication. The nurse patted him on the back. "Have courage, Doc. The end hyphen equals editor single quote S notes. Miscellaneous equals first off, thanks to Mihashi at FFML. She put in a lot of time weeding out those 1001 typos and mistakes that the original TMDC had. Sebastian Weinberg and Neil Reynolds also deserve a good mention, since they both gave me some detailed, nitty-gritty CNC that was very much needed to make things better. Here I am again. First fanfic, redone for the NDH plus 1 time. Maybe I shouldn't have done it, but I couldn't fight the urge. Oh well, if it's good, it'll stand well. If not, it can easily be erased. Primary objectives of the fanfic: PUT Ryoga through LINTRODUCE villain that does not overwhelm the Ranma cast with his fighting ability, but instead gets his ass kicked first. The overwhelming bits should come later. And just to let you know what could have been early ideas that didn't make it : Ranma and Ucchan married somehow. It just didn't seem right. Not yet. Gigantic battle: Ryoga vs Alliance of Rio, Ukyou, Sabasa, and Kodachi at the bridge. Everyone witnesses Ryoga become Ucchan just before bridge destroyed. It seemed like overkill after a while. Just too much. Titanic angst-ridden scene between Ukyou and Ranma. It just seemed too damn heavy. It didn't fit right either. Anyways, John Biles did it much better in Furankin Summer Part 3. Ranma injured in bridge destruction by flying debris. In short, coma. It had good possibilities, maybe a better resolution of Ukyou finally letting go of him in a nice scene in a hospital room. But it also seemed too dramatic. Ryoga stumbles into the O.J. Simpson courtroom. This is off Judge Ito. Thought about it. Thought some more. Dropped it like a hot potato. Shampoo actually falling for Ryoga. Too unlikely for this story. Just couldn't find a believable way. Ranma Chan does give Ryoga the big smooch. I was thinking along the lines of a horrible accident with herbs/potions/etc. Ryo kills Kirin from the first Ranma movie had a good scene in mind. Inst generator running along nicely. But it just didn't fit right. Ryo kills Shampoo. I thought about it. Probably would make the new character more menacing, but then I needed the comedy relief later on and so I dumped the idea. Guest stars and swipes Turbo Teen Part 9 right _ this show inspired the horrible concept of Nishinekwan. Yes, there was an American Saturday morning cartoon show called Turbo Teen, and yes, he turned into a car. Except it wasn't water that did it to him. It was just temperatures, and no cursed water. Just a weird accident of science. USEIY80 Parts 1, 4, 8 right _Avaru up. There's an episode where Avaru gets hit by a sex change gun. It's episode 91. Right _Shutaro Mendokimagir Orange Road Part 8 right _Kaitusuke. In case you didn't get the joke, he was the boy in the park. And what else? He's an ESPer. Still don't get the joke? Go back and read part 1 ! Right _ Yukawa Street Fighter Part 8 right _ Ken Ryu Bison Vega. In Japan I didn't want to call him by either name, since it's the other name on the other side of the ocean. So I just stuck him with the description of big military guy with cape, big jaw, and an aura. Unnamed master of Ken and Ryu. See the Street Fighter online right _ left _ mentioned Danny Hibiki, hidden character in SFA. Story was that he trained under the Sami master as Ken and Ryu but was too filled with anger to train properly. Carries grudge against Sagat. I saw the last name and couldn't resist mentioning him. I was gonna put him in a cameo but it just didn't fit properly. Super CATGIRL and Ukyou Part 3, 4 right _ Mishima Heavy Industries Incorporated. Miscellaneous. Cinema and entertainment references. Jackie Chan _ The Protector. Man, watching this one hurt. Jackie Chan and Danny Aiello. What a perfect action movie pair. Black _ Drunken Master II, 4 stars, baby. hyphen double quote twin dragons. So that's where Van Damme got his idea for double impact hyphen Pulp Fiction. Royale with cheese double quote hyphen Reservoir Dogs. Jokers to the right double quote hyphen Wayne single quote S World. Oh yes. It will be mine double quote hyphen Terry Pratchett's DISEWORLDC. Librarian book exclamation point double quote right parenthesis hyphen Douglas Adams Hitchhiker's Guide. C. Earth mostly harmless double quote right parenthesis hyphen DC Comics the fat gay and guy who was good with umbrellas. That's who question mark right parenthesis hyphen Pinky and the Brain. That's what show Rio was watching on the portable TV question mark hyphen Saturday Night Lights towards Smiley. I'm good enough. I'm smart enough right parenthesis equals slightly obscure anime 1/2 references equals hyphen take Waki-kun you did indeed gain the habit of slicing watermelons. It's in the manga volume 19 parts 1-3 yes. There was a fall-in love medicine that Ucchan swallowed at the beach. It's in manga volume 10, parts 2-3 Akarai and Ryu. Ryuga's new love interest arrives at manga volume 30. Ryuga single quote S house. I forgot which manga, but it's empty because the rest of his family is also pathetically lost. What single quote S next well. The sequel to this fic, The Pursuit of Happiness is on the horizon. Look for a little exploration into the history of the DMDC/Toho universe, as well as some old faces and new faces.